For Monday, May 3rd. Can we have the roll call, please?
Barrett.
Here.
Barnacle.
Here.
Fisher.
Here.
Healy.
Here.
King.
Here.
McDonald.
Here.
Posake.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. We're going into closed session now with conference with labor negotiators. Do you want to read that, City Attorney?
I would be happy to, Madam Mayor. The City Council will confer with labor negotiators under Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives are Peggy Flynn, City Manager, Brian Cochran, Assistant City Manager, Cynthia Barron, Interim Human Resources Director, and Charles Sakai, Labor Negotiator. The affected units are Petaluma Professional and Bid Managers Association, Units 4, 9, and 11. The American Federation of State, County, Municipal Employees, Units 1, 2, and 3. Peace Officers Association of Petaluma, Unit 6. International Association of Firefighters, Unit 7. And Petaluma Public Safety Management Association, Unit 10. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And is there any public comment on closed session items? City Clerk, have you received any?
No comments were received for the closed session.
Okay, thank you. And Patrick, do you want to see if there's anyone?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Members of the public, if you would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you will be given 3 minutes in which to provide your comments. There are 2 members currently and neither of them have their hands raised. So I believe we can close public comment, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll close public comment and we will adjourn to closed session and we will be back into regular session at 6:30 or the end of closed session, whichever comes last. Thank you.
We are still live. Looks like council members are starting to return to this room. We'll be starting the meeting at 6:30, which is about 2 minutes from now. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, Patrick, you can let us know when we can start the meeting.
My clock shows about 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay, Mayor, I see 6:30 on the clock, and I believe all council members are here. I definitely counted as 6. There may be somebody hiding. Oh, there's, yeah, I believe everybody's accounted for, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, I will welcome everybody back to the regular session of the Petaluma City Council meeting for May 3rd. We just came back in from closed session. So with that, I'll ask the city clerk to take roll.
Barrett,
Here.
Barnacle,
Here.
Fisher,
Here.
Healy,
Here.
King,
Here. Here.
all members are present.
Thank you very much. And now we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now have a moment of silence. Thank you. We will now, agenda changes and deletions to the current agenda only. The city attorney would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This concerns item 3D on the consent calendar. I want to note that we need to correct the description of that item to reflect that what's being acquired are one replacement paratransit van, which will be electric, and two 35-foot electric buses to replace 2 diesel buses. And so when we get to that item, if council would kindly, if they're supportive of taking that action, adopt a resolution with the title reflected accordingly. The body of the resolution is correct, but we wanted to make sure that the council was clear and the public are clear that that's what's actually being acquired. And staff are present here. I see Jared's here in case I was incorrect in what I just said, but I believe that's correct based on staff's information.
Okay, I see him nod. So yes,
Thank you.
that's good. So we will address that at the consent calendar. Thank you. And while I have you, City Attorney, is there any report out of closed session?
Thank you, Madam. There is no action to report tonight.
Thank you. So we will move on to proclamations, and we have 3 proclamations this evening. And the first one is the 52nd Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week, May 2nd to 8th this year. Whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world, and whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas the professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all, and whereas the professional municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community, and whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the professional municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the professional municipal clerk. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Teresa Barrett, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do recognize May 2nd through May 8th, 2021 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our City Clerk, Kendall Rose, our Deputy City Clerk, Samantha Pascal, and to all municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. So here accepting the proclamation is our City Clerk, Kendall Rose.
Thank you, Mayor Barrett, and thank you, City Council members. I really appreciate the recognition, and I know Samantha does as well. She's not here tonight, but she is watching this, I'm sure, from home. It's always humbling to be recognized at least once a year for the work that we do. Samantha and I are both very dedicated to the clerk profession. We've both attained our certified municipal clerk certificates, and we're both working towards our master municipal clerk certificates through the International Association. And this once a year recognition just helps remind the public that we're here to serve the public and to serve as that liaison to staff and council. So we appreciate the recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know that as a relatively new city clerk, Kendall, I just all done a terrific job as we have shifted to being totally virtual. So something additional to learn on the job. So thank you very much from all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we're going to go on to our second proclamation, which is the City of Petaluma proclamation on Building Safety Month. And that's also this month, May of 2021. Whereas Petaluma is committed to recognizing that our growth and strength depends on the safety and economic value of the homes, building, and infrastructure that serve our residents, both in everyday life and in times of disaster. And whereas our confidence in the resilience of these buildings that make up our community is achieved through the devotion of vigilant guardians, building safety and fire prevention officials, architects, engineers, builders, tradespeople, design professionals, laborers, plumbers, and others in the construction industry who work year-round to ensure the safe construction of buildings. And whereas these guardians are dedicated members of the International Code Council, a nonprofit that brings together local, state, and federal officials that are experts in the built environment to create and implement the highest quality codes to protect us in the buildings where we live, learn, work, play. And whereas Building Safety Month serves as a reminder to our community about the critical role of our community's largely unknown protectors of public safety, our local code officials, who assure us of safe, sustainable, energy efficient, and livable buildings that are essential to America's prosperity. And whereas prevent, prepare, protect, building codes save, the theme for Building Safety Month 2021, encourages all Americans to raise awareness about the importance of safe and resilient construction, fire prevention, disaster mitigation, energy conservation, water safety, training the next generation, and new technologies in the construction industry. And whereas each year in observance of Building Safety Month, people all over the world are asked to consider the commitment to improve building safety, resilience, and economic investment at home and in the community, and to acknowledge the essential service provided to all of us by local state building departments, fire prevention bureaus, and federal agencies in protecting lives and property. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Teresa Barrett, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2021 as Building Safety Month. So here to accept the proclamation is Charles Lewis, our interim chief building official.
Thank you, Mayor Barrett. On behalf of the city and its building division, I thank you for recognizing May 2021 as Building Safety Month. This year, the theme Prevent, Prepare, Protect, Building Code Save is a reminder that we all have our part to play in this vital industry. We all join with Petaluma in acknowledging these critical roles our partners play in reaching this goal. Thank you again.
Thank you. And now we're going on to our final proclamation, and that is National Peace Officer Memorial Day and National Police Week. National Peace Officer Memorial Day is May 15th, and National Police Week is May 9th through 15th. So the City of Petaluma proclamation, whereas there are more than 900,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including the dedicated and professional members of the Petaluma Police Department, who safeguard the rights and freedoms of all those residing in or visiting Petaluma. And whereas since the founding of the City of Petaluma in 1858, 4 members of the police department have made the ultimate sacrifice and been killed in the line of duty, including peace officers Julius Bloom, 1898, Bert Johnson, 1925, Russell Rasmussen, 1927, and Vilho Ahola, 1998. And whereas the names of these dedicated public servants are engraved along with the names of more than 21,000 other law enforcement officers from the entire United States on the walls of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C., in Sacramento. And whereas National Peace Officer Memorial Day, May 15th each year, and National Police Week, May 9th through 15th, was established in 1962 by President John F. Kennedy and a joint resolution of Congress to pay tribute to the local, state, and federal law enforcement officers who serve and protect us with courage and dedication. And whereas in 2020, a total of 294 peace officers were killed in the line of duty in the United States, and 19 peace officers died in the line of duty in California, including Santa Rosa Police Detective Mary Lou Armour, due to COVID-19. And whereas so far in 2021, a total of 65 peace officers have been killed in the line of duty in the United States, and 10 peace officers have died so far in California. And whereas the City of Petaluma also remembers all peace officers who have died by suicide and recognizes the mental health and wellness of our peace officers, remains a priority due to the tragic reality that more peace officers die annually by suicide than by violent assaults or traffic collisions, combined due to the traumatic, stressful, and dangerous nature of their work. And now therefore be it resolved that I, Teresa Barrett, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, formally designate May 15th, 2021 as National Peace Officer Memorial Day and May 9th through 15th as National Police Week, and publicly recognize and appreciate the service of law enforcement officers in our community and in communities throughout the nation. So with that, I would like to turn this over to our Police Chief, Ken Savano, and I think he has something even more to say.
Thank you, Mayor Barrett, very much for that. Council members, city staff, and the community we serve. On behalf of the men and women who serve you, thank you for recognizing the sacrifice and selfless service of those in our profession. I want to specifically thank you for recognizing the impacts of this difficult job on the mental health and wellness of those who do serve. In recognizing one of our own this evening, I'm pleased to share with you our annual award in memory of Officer Villo Ahola, who in 1969 was shot and paralyzed by a domestic violence suspect. Despite being rendered a paraplegic and confined to a wheelchair, this amazing officer returned to work in the records division of the Petaluma Police Department and continued to work with us until 1989. As he did prior to the shooting incident, he continued to coach and mentor local youth in the Police Athletic League shooting competitions. Officer Villo Ahola continuously exhibited an inspirational, positive attitude and demonstrated his selfless commitment to serving others until his death on February 2nd, 1998, due to complications from the shooting injury. The freeway interchange at US 101 and Old Redwood Highway has been formally dedicated as a memorial to Officer Villo Ahola's service and the inspiration he shared with all of us. Each year, we give this award to an employee who embodies an inspirational attitude and displays selfless service to others. While there are many in our department who have been recognized and are deserving of this award, I am extremely proud tonight to announce that Record Supervisor Ingrid Brahman as the recipient for this award. Ingrid began her career as a dispatcher with us in March of 2005. Serving as a dispatcher for more than 13 years, she exceeded industry standards and provided dispatch services with unwavering excellence, professionalism, and compassion. Promoted as a dispatch training officer, she guided and mentored her fellow public safety dispatchers in assisting the community during crisis. In June 2018, Ingrid was diagnosed with cancer and was forced to take a leave from her duties as dispatcher. To support Ingrid and others fighting cancer, you will recall that we display pink shoulder patches during the month of October. While fighting the strongest possible fight, she found the strength to come back to work in the records unit in 2019 and quickly became an integral part of their team. Her leadership and hard work resulted in her promotion to records supervisor in March of 2020. Ingrid's positive influence has created a high-functioning team delivering exceptional service. Ingrid's commitment to improving the lives of others extends beyond her role in the department and is seen in her dedication to the Special Olympics campaign. Acting as the official Petaluma Police Department liaison, Ingrid has long facilitated the annual law enforcement torch run and multiple fundraising events such as Tip a Cop and the bake sale that benefits the Special Olympics March Madness basketball tournament. Most notably, even during her hiatus from the agency to undergo crucial medical treatments, she continued to coordinate her involvement and continues today. While Ingrid continues her battle, supported by Brian, we thank her for her positive smile, winning attitude as she has faced and continues to face adversity. Ingrid, you motivate us all, and we are proud to fight with you and support you any way we can. It's an honor to recognize and thank you with this year's Villo Ahola Most Inspirational Employee of the Year Award. Ingrid is joining us tonight, and she asked that I share with all of you how much this award means to her as the recipient for this year. And she wanted to yield her time speaking tonight to the next honoree. And if it's okay with you, Madam Mayor, I'll proceed into that. Ingrid, I hope you can give a quick wave to everybody. Thank you so much for your service.
And I will just interrupt you for a second to let Ingrid and everyone know how appreciative the whole city staff and council are. Thank you.
Thank you again. Next, Madam Mayor, I have the honor to announce and recognize our Police Officer of the Year, Senior Officer and newly assigned Police Detective Silverio Zeus Rivera. And Officer Rivera has been a police officer with us since 2007. During his tenure, he has proudly served our organization in a variety of assignments, such as Field Training Officer, DARE Instructor, Homeless Outreach Services Team Officer, Crime and Collision Scene Investigator, Crisis Negotiator, Dual Purpose Motorcycle Officer, and Gang Enforcement Officer. We are all too aware that 2020 was one of the most challenging years in the history of policing and continues to this day. Despite this, Officer Rivera has demonstrated courage to lead others in our organization. Employees and community members alike have referenced his actions as a peace officer as being inspiring. His dedication to public safety, community partnerships, and the moral fabric of our agency have been demonstrated repeatedly in his willingness to step up and be the face of our organization when many other officers felt uncomfortable to do so. Zeus is being recognized tonight for his commitment to and ongoing efforts to increase public trust and legitimacy, while positively encouraging others in our profession to perform at their very best. While working in an environment of staffing shortages, he influenced his teams to do the best they could with the resources available. Officer Rivera participated in numerous COVID-safe outreach opportunities to bring community unity at a time when divisiveness seemed to be dominating. Officer Rivera chose to be inclusive while championing our mission to recruit more diversity and becoming the spokesperson for the department. As community tensions rose and questions about police budgets and defunding became the focus of much discussion, Officer Rivera's actions through educational outreach reinforced the ideology of police legitimacy and proved that our department does in fact address the needs of everyone in our community. His presentations to the adult education, U.S. citizenship classes, and other speaking engagements with organizations that serve our Latinx community strengthened our DEI efforts and partnerships. At every opportunity, Officer Rivera made himself available to provide translation services, serve on community panels, or attend any event that required a bilingual speaker. His positive leadership and consistency in these community engagement efforts have been paramount to the success of our agency in the eyes of the public. Moreover, his actions have encouraged staff internally to capitalize on their cultural and ethnic backgrounds to build meaningful relationships with those we serve. During COVID, Officer Rivera helped the department pivot to social media messaging to bring community members together to build strong relationships with those we serve. He's been instrumental in mentoring our youth as a mentor for Mentor Me Petaluma and for bringing restorative justice services for youth offenders, services that continue today and are a model for the rest of the county. As one of the original 2 officers of the Homeless Outreach Services Team, also known as HOST, Officer Rivera focused on serving those in our community with the greatest need. His efforts to improve the quality of life for our unhoused community members, those experiencing mental health or substance abuse issues, resulted in the first countywide serial inebriate program called Petaluma Sober Circle, and has served as the model now being expanded tonight with agenda item 4D. His dedication to community with care and compassion exemplifies community policing and the notion that the public are the police and the police are the public. What inspires me most about Officer Rivera is that as a field training officer, he's been passing on his legacy of selfless service and a way of helping others to our newest officers. Detective Rivera has demonstrated that he has been reimagining policing since the day he was sworn in, and he exemplifies the future of law enforcement and our performance principles of leadership, professionalism, teamwork, organizational excellence, community for our city, this community, and our profession. And congratulations on being recognized as our Police Officer of the Year. And with that, Zeus, I'll turn this over to you. If you'd like to say a few words, Zeus, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Chief. Madam Mayor, council members, thank you. I'm honored to have been selected. Thank you, Chief, for those kind words. Clearly, I have more detective training to receive. I didn't see Ingrid doing this. So thank you, Ingrid. Thank you for giving me your time. I won't be using it, but thank you very much. thank you for the recognition. I'm honored, and I look forward to being of service in the detective unit. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the time this evening and the rest of the
Thank
council.
you. Thank you. And thanks to you as well, Detective Rivera. And, you know, we hope you don't have to work too much, actually. So, but I'm sure you will. So thank you very much. And thank you, Chief, for letting everybody know why these people won these awards. So thank you very much. So with that, we're going to go on to our the rest of our meeting, and we will be now receiving a presentation. The draft fiscal year 21-22 budget book arrived today, and we will speak with, we'll listen to Corey Garbarolio tell us about what we're going to find there. Corey.
Thank you, Mayor Barrett, members of the City Council. We are pleased to deliver the fiscal year 2021-2022 proposed budget to you this evening. Both the electronic and the hard copy versions have been made available for you to review. We have also made it available for the community to review on the City of Petaluma website under the finance page. We've been working on this draft budget since November. I believe we've created a good quality document for you to review over the next week. We'll be back next Monday at the virtual budget workshop to go over the budget in detail. We will then be back on June 7th with the first reading and adoption of ordinances. The second and final reading of the budget ordinances will be coming to council the last meeting in June. So thank you, and feel free to let us know in the meantime if you have any questions. Otherwise, we're happy to answer them next Monday night.
Thank you very much. And next year, we'll look forward to seeing you coming into the City Council chambers with all the books on the dolly. But thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to general public comment, and these are for items that are not on the agenda, and I will ask our city clerk if you've received any general public comments.
Madam Mayor, we've received 3 general public comments, which are posted with the agenda packet.
Thank you. And I will now ask our moderator to see if there's anybody in attendance who would like to speak on general public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm about to start screen share with a 30-second timer. Members of public wishing to speak during general public comment, so these are items not on the agenda, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn, and we'll separate the time based on how many people have their hands raised. So starting that timer now. Members of the public wishing to provide general public comment, raise your hand or press *9 if you're participating by phone. Attendees will be muted when their time expires or when their comments have concluded, whichever comes first. And just a reminder that speakers are encouraged to be respectful. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. And if you were not able to raise your hand in time by the end of this timer right now, we have 8 speakers. Please send your comments to the city clerk at the email address shown on the screen, cityclerk@cityofpetaluma.org. All right. So we have 8 members wishing to speak during general public comment. So we will set the timer to 2 minutes. And our first speaker will be Ronan, followed by Zyra. Ronan, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments. Ronan, are you there? All right, we'll come back to Ronan. Oh,
hello?
Ronan, yes.
Can everyone hear me?
Your
okay.
connection's
Hi.
bad,
My connection is bad. Okay. Well, hopefully everyone can hear me. Called Porchlight Coalition. That's if you want to email us, it's p0rchl1ghp@protonmail.com. I was calling today to really beg the city of Petaluma to sanction a public encampment for unhoused people. We are tired of seeing bulldozers and police officers moving people to Mary Isaac Center, where they come out in a couple weeks, maybe a couple months, they go back on the street. Steamer Landing was just evicted on Friday, and the police department did a great job patting themselves on the back for cleaning up what they said were abandoned encampments on Facebook, and that's complete bullshit. They moved all those people out of there. Many people don't want to go to the shelter. The shelter's been engaged for many years. It is not addressing the homeless problem. What would is porta potties, dumpster access, showers, and sanctioning of a specific plot of land where people are allowed to be unmolested by the police department. If you care about all those things, you should really do it, because this continuing revolving door of sweeping people is killing them. And when you sweep them, they go somewhere, they die off alone where no one knows about them. That is not addressing the problem. It's inhumane. It's unconscionable. And if you care about this, again, send me an email. Porchlight Coalition, P0RCHL1GHT at protonmail.com, or find us on Instagram and Facebook. Please sanction an encampment. Stop sweeping the homeless. They are dying out there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ronan. And just a reminder to members of the public, please watch your language. There's many audiences that are in attendance here. Next speaker is Zaira, followed by Taryn Obaid. Zaira, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hey, thanks, Patrick. Good evening, everyone. It does have to do with the unhoused community, just by looking on Facebook and what's all been going on. I'm looking for some transparency, specifically from CAHOOTS. How often have they already come out to the shelters? Also, the rules. It just seems a bit vague, and I'm just wanting to know more of the policies around that. And has the city, I know our council member McDonald is the one-person liaison of the unsheltered. I also think he does require more help from the city council as a whole. Another organization that I'd like to point out to is Sonoma County Acts of Kindness. They do a lot of work with the unhoused community all over Sonoma County. They've come to Petaluma. They've offered their support and resources, whether it be providing food, tents, and all that. So I just wanted to, again, Sonoma County Acts of Kindness, as well as the Porchlight Coalition, who already do the work with the unhoused community. Shelters aren't always an option for people, and for whatever reasons, I don't think we're ones to judge of the reasons for why, but I think access to, a bathroom. We've seen other cities do this, shelters, mobile showers. I don't know if that's something that the city has already looked into. But if we want to improve the trust and relationships with Petaluma Police Department, again, I applaud the river cleanup. I think that's great, and community input. However, within that post, it does say as well as abandoned homeless camps were removed. We're already, that's already sending a message to the community that unsheltered communities are not safe. So if we want to continue, we just shouldn't be dehumanizing our unsheltered community. And I think language matters. So let's just try not to put a target on our unhoused communities. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Zaira. Next speaker is Taryn Obaid, followed by Brian Rengel. Taryn, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. I wanted to comment tonight related to a recent experience I had. I walk a lot around town, and my experience as a walker, I think, is relevant to share. In particular, as we move from trying to get more people out of cars and getting them to walk and bike. What I've witnessed in the past few months, walking the major arterials connecting to downtown from Midtown and north and south of town, is that we're missing a lot of trees. Streets such as East Washington, South Petaluma Boulevard, Lakeville, and D Street between the Smart Station and downtown are really super heat islands, missing canopy trees. As I was walking on D Street a couple of weeks ago, approaching eastward, the people that were getting off of the SMART train, it was a warm day and people were uncomfortably hot and perspiring. And I just wanted to comment that I hope that the new Hines project is not just going to have trees, but have canopy trees. And also South Petaluma Boulevard, I noticed that 11 trees were chopped down. I know a road diet is going in there, and these were major shade trees. And I was pretty darn upset to see that, that bulb outs weren't created or some sort of a creative solution wasn't come up with. So I would really like to encourage that our town take every opportunity to get aggressive about putting canopy trees in every single opportunity, because we're cutting down so many of them and it's really hot out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Taryn. Next speaker is Brian Rengel, followed by Ben P. Brian, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hello, am I there?
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, so hey everyone, my name is Brian. I am the co-founder and owner of Old Cas Beer, a small brewery in Rohnert Park. Our whole business and myself personally are big fans of cycling. And now with the weather warming up, I've been riding my bike from where I live here in Petaluma on I Street to the brewery in Rohnert Park. It's really a shame that the SMART train path has been shut down underneath the 101, because now having to ride my bike along Petaluma Boulevard North, I had 2 close encounters today with vehicles coming way too close to me, and that's the section that it actually has a bike lane. And in that section, I regularly see garbage cans that have just been completely obliterated by a car that was too far into the bike lane. So I'm going to be bringing this up with the SMART train committee meeting on Wednesday as well. But I would like to see the pathway finished, and specifically for the Petaluma section of underneath the 101. Now I understand that it's a construction zone, and I had a thought and maybe a solution of what we could do. I've worked construction my entire life, and one-way 40-foot shipping containers are very, very cheap. I think it would be a very simple solution to put 4 or 5 shipping containers down along the pathway. You could make an ADA ramp for it. You could make them lockable and sealable overnight to prevent camping. And I'm so excited about doing this and so interested in this that I, myself, and my business am willing to put up for one of those shipping containers, because I know how important it is for public health to be out in the sun, to be exercising, and to be commuting to work without a car. I'm excited to see all of this progress, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Next speaker is Ben P., followed by Susan Oakes. Ben, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hey, thank you for page 55 of the budget, which is the first public breakdown of our utilities consumption, albeit at a high level. And there are some questions, for example, why the airport facilities utility expenses don't show up. Regardless, this is something that climate conscious folks have been asking for a while, and I really appreciate it. I'd like to focus my comment on how we can improve our relations with SMART. It's interesting to note that there was really zero discussion about building a second SMART station during the City Goals workshop, which, if you look back a year or two, that seemed to be one of the highest priorities of some folks. And so now that SMART has gone ahead and started funding some of this project, we should focus on what it's going to take to get a good general manager who has the city of Petaluma's interest in mind, so that we can actually develop that lot in the middle of our town, and it's something that's loved by the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Next speaker is Susan Oakes, followed by Chris JRN. Susan, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you, City Council. I'm furious and frustrated. Last Friday morning, there was a sweep at Steamer Landing Park and along Hopper Street. This is where many of the houseless folks had set up camp. You probably saw the tents when driving down D Street. The bulldozer arrived to sweep belongings, including tents I had purchased with my stimulus money, putting dollars back into the economy and donating tents to people who needed them. Folks had received a 72-hour notice to vacate. The people who were able and capable of packing up their things and moving did so and went somewhere, but don't know where. The people who hadn't left yet were people with medical and/or mental issues and had difficulty coping and packing up, even with volunteers to help them. So their belongings were scooped up. The thought that came to mind is these folks are being viewed as throwaway human lives. The area is 3 parcels owned by 3 separate parties, Smart Train, City of Petaluma, and a private owner. It's unfortunate that something could not be worked out with the entities, as the area seemed to be working as a good solution. It was near bus lines, groceries, CAHOOTS, and not in the neighborhood. I've spoken before at city council meetings and written to the council members about a sanctioned safe sleeping space. I've also asked about the federal home key program that gives money to buy motels and hotels. I will continue exploring these options. We've got to do something. Is there city property or private property for which an arrangement can be worked out? I would be willing to be part of a committee to explore options. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. Next speaker is Chris JRN, followed by John Hanania. Chris, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, Council. It's Christopher Neugebauer here. I want to talk about the city's electric vehicle infrastructure. The cost savings associated with EVs are most easily realized for drivers who can charge at home without relying on public charging stations. Most EVs for an L1 charge only add 2 to 3 miles of range per hour of charging. To help reduce load on our aging and poorly maintained power grid during peak times, Sonoma Clean Power offers an EV user rate with significant off-peak discounts to incentivize charging in the hours of midnight to 3 p.m. when fewer people are using electricity, with significant price rises outside those hours. EV users taking advantage of the EV rate, charging on level 1, but who need to commute at 6 a.m. would only add as little as 12 miles of range to their car overnight. That's barely enough to make a return trip from one end of Petaluma to the other. Someone commuting to catch the ferry at Larkspur would struggle to keep their car charged at home across a working week unless they regularly refuel at an L3 charger, also known as a DC fast charger. On the other hand, with L2 charging, it's often possible to add around 20 miles of range per hour. That same commuter would be able to replenish 120 miles of charge over the same 6 hours and would never need to use a public charging station in their normal day-to-day driving. For L1 home charging to work, we need more fast chargers than the 2 sites we already have, near grocery stores, near restaurants, in our public parking garages, near our parks. Installing these chargers is expensive, at least $50,000 per connector, and more expensive for drivers. Public fast charging stations often cost 250% as much as the lowest off-peak home charging. If the city is serious about increasing EV adoption in a way that minimizes costs to the city and minimizes costs to drivers, the city needs to work within the framework our city-owned utility promotes and prioritize making it easy to install and access L2 smart chargers.
Sorry to cut you off there, Chris, but your time had expired. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is John Hanania, and that'll be our last speaker. John, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Good evening. Hold on to your seat. Last Monday night, Teresa Barrett goes and says she doesn't know why John Hanania is angry and mad. Well, let's set the record straight. I'm not angry, I'm not mad, and you will never see me angry because anger is your worst enemy. The correct word for it, disgusted, as all of you should be when you look in the mirror. And if you don't know why I'm disgusted, when I say you got wax in your ears, you just proved it because you haven't been listening since last July when I'm talking. Now I'm gonna switch to Delinda Fisher when she also said the week before that my language is hurtful. Well, I have no control over how any of you feel. But Delinda, if you find my language hurtful and you're gonna cry, I will send you a box of tissue at no charge. But the society that we live in, it's a very bad society as long as we have elected official governing body who quote unquote says the city manager is job to protect the employees. And if I were in her shoes, I would be doing the same. Wasn't that your language, Delinda? Or are you gonna deny it? What is it that you're going to be doing when you want the city manager to protect the wrongdoing and you do the same? But I do agree with you on one thing. You say the city manager need a vacation. Absolutely, I agree with you 100%. And maybe the vacation should be to Egypt. So that way she could see the difference between the river of denial and the real denial that she's in. And it looks like you guys have a private club, the club of denial. Because Teresa Barrett is definitely part of that denial when she says she doesn't know what's going on, when I've been talking since last July. Unfortunately, there's one more person I want to get to, but there's not enough time. Good night.
All right, and that is the last hand we have raised, Madam Mayor, so I will turn it back to you to close public comment.
Thank you. And with that, we will close public comment and bring it back to the council for council comment. And I'll start with Council Member McDonald.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. It's quite a give me just a second here. And I did want to note that there's just one more proclamation that we missed this week, and it is also the it is also Public Service Recognition Week, and I wouldn't bring it up this way, except our new president has put out a presidential proclamation, and the first sentence reads, "In the face of unprecedented challenges this past year, America's dedicated public servants have risen to the moment, bringing strength, healing, and hope to their communities and to our nation. Our public servants are a living reminder that here in America, we take care of one another." I just think that sets such a great tone for the work government does. And also, I was able to attend a few other meetings. The Redwood Food Bank probably contacted all council persons, but I was so impressed with they serve over 1 million meals a year in Sonoma County, and they have over 175 partners to get that done. I mean, that is a sign of a good community, but maybe too much need. I also attended a climate action night with students, and the two presentations that impressed me the most were the students who discussed Sonoma Clean Powers programs, the lending library, electric cooktop issues, and of course, the Advanced Energy Center. So it was fun to see them. And then also the Sunrise Movement, who were very detailed on how to improve jobs in our community. Two good presentations from that group. Continuum of Care, the county's HUD required system, has met twice since our last meeting, the 20th and the 28th, and are meeting again on this Wednesday. And the most important thing is to remember the county has received a report from their consultant, KPMG, regarding how to better address homelessness. And now they're reaching out to the cities, to the city managers and to the electeds to coordinate all that effort together. And we hope to be hearing more from the county very soon. My other liaison is the Petaluma Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee, and it meets this Wednesday, and SMART is presenting regarding the connecting more of the bike path parts. I'm hoping that Brian P., one of our speakers tonight, will come and mention his concerns in that public session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So in terms of liaison reports, the Water Advisory Committee met this morning. And in the midst of a drought, there's actually some very good news to report. Those of you who are down in the weeds on the terms of our restructured agreement for water supply with the water agency and the other contractors will know that in a drought situation, the amount of cutbacks that each agency is required to take is governed by Section 3.5 of the restructured agreement. And when you crank the numbers and for this situation, it looked like Petaluma was going to be getting 71% of its normal water allocations from the water agency. And it was a real range. It went from about 59% for the city of Sonoma to a couple of small contractors at over 100%. So this is a 15-year-old formula in the restructured agreement that I argued no longer makes sense. And what the Water Advisory Committee did, thankfully, was agreed to not use Section 3.5 this year and just instead do a uniform 20% cutback for all the contractors. So instead of getting 71% of our water supply from the Russian River this year, we'll be getting 80%. And that was, I think, assumed in the staff report for the item we'll be getting later, but it was only finalized this morning. So we dodged a bullet on that one. And part of the reason, just to give a little bit of background on that, part of the reason is that formula basically looks at human consumption and sanitation needs. So it basically only factors in residential uses. And so cities such as ours, who have a higher than regional average proportion of water-heavy industrial and commercial uses, such as dairies and breweries and poultry processing, get punished. So that issue is going to be looked at over the next 6 months, and hopefully we'll get Section 3.5 replaced by something that makes more sense going forward. And then just a couple of other things briefly. I don't know if people saw it, the California Department of Finance released their population estimates for all the cities in California earlier today. Petaluma's population between January 1 of 2020 and January 1 of 2021 this year dropped by about 0.5% to 61,873. And just to give you some regional context, Novato and San Rafael both dropped by 0.7%, and Santa Rosa by 0.9%. So there are some population reductions going along in the North Bay. And then one of the public speakers talked about trees along the Hines project, canopy trees on D Street, East D Street. Those won't be happening anytime soon because the Hines project was killed by the city council earlier this year, so there's no one there to go and build canopy trees. And then I will agree with Mr. Hanania on one limited point that he made, which is I do hope our city manager can take a vacation in the near future because she's earned it. He's been doing a great job for us and working way too many long hours, and I would hate to see a burnout situation happen there. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to start out by giving my appreciation to the lead off from Councilmember McDonald, reading from the President's comments on public servants and the importance of their role and the outstanding work that's been done through the COVID-19 crisis, which I think has been, unprecedented in our lifetime. And just to give my thanks to the 3 people who were awarded tonight and noted for their outstanding service. So I just wanted to make sure that I followed up on that because I thought those comments from the President were really important, because I think sometimes people who work for the city get a lot more criticism for things that they haven't done wrong, and it's not as common to praise them for when things go right. And I think it's important for elected officials, and I think I can say this about our council, present and past, to recognize that from time to time. It's a hard job, and we appreciate it. Speaking of hard jobs, I would like to just respond briefly. I appreciate all of my colleagues, whether they have wax or no wax in their ears. And by and large, the 2 colleagues of mine that were mentioned tonight are people who do listen to the public. Whether I agree with them, they agree with me, the public agrees with us or disagrees with us, I do believe they do their best in that area, among other areas. So I just wanted to thank them for the opportunity to work with them as well. Lastly, I had no liaison meetings since the last meeting. Both of them are this week. But in the interim, I know that Sonoma Clean Power has sent, I don't know if it's gone out to the council in detail, but an opportunity to visit the Advanced Energy Center. Timelines have to be picked to avoid Brown Act and COVID restrictions. But I hope all of you take the opportunity to go there. It's very interesting, and it really ties into a lot of the things we're discussing and deciding here, including one of the public speakers who mentioned EV charging stations. So I hope you take advantage of that. And that is it for my public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next is the Vice Mayor, Brian Barnacle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll echo all the praise for all the public servants who are recognized tonight. I'm new, but the thing that's been the most eye-opening is just how much goes on every day behind the scenes. I've had I had one appointment meeting with Music, Parks, and Recreation. I think most of what was talked about at that meeting was also shared at the Goals and Priorities workshop, really calling for a parks master plan and then strong advocacy for a skate park. So I encourage us to really hold that front and center as we think about our priorities. I had the pleasure of going and reading a proclamation for the first female Eagle Scout in Petaluma's history. She completed the Eagle Scout program in 2 years, which usually it's a 5 to 7 year program. So a lot of work went into that, and it was a nice celebration over on the east side in the church that sponsors them. Can't remember the name now, but it was my first time reading a proclamation, and it was really great to be there and to celebrate that with the family and everybody else. I share the concern about the trees being cut down, and I'd like us, as we think about growth and construction in our city, to think about how we preserve trees. And then finally, on the unhoused, I'm really just sort of shaken. I agree with the things that the speaker said, that I just, until people can not be rooted up from places, we're not solving the problem. And I have lived in my car, and I would never go to a shelter because it's not for everybody. Some people have issues with being in large rooms and being in close proximity. There's all kinds of reasons why the shelter is not the sole answer. And it just has me feeling shaken up that that's happening in our community, and that our police are being vilified for it. They're doing their job. We're the policymakers here. And I just would like to see us at least consider alternatives. That's what I'm not hearing, is what's it going to cost? Where would it be? Those sorts of things, because, it's had me shooken up all weekend. And I would like to see us actually to talk about what an alternative would be, and listening to the people who spoke up here. So that's all for me.
Thank you. Council Member Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In terms of liaison assignments, the Planning Commission did meet last week, and we reviewed the objective design standards and the progress of that. It'll be coming back before us when they're actually written, but we talked about sort of the framework of what those might look like. And we're doing that because we have affordable housing projects that are coming forward that don't require entitlements. So we want to give those developers a notification about what they need to do and make it objective. And hopefully we'll be able to extend that to other projects as well, not just affordable housing projects. And that's all I have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Posake.
Thank you, Mayor. The only liaison meeting that I have had since our last meeting was with the Youth Commission, who is beginning work on their report to our next meeting on May 17th. I also attended one of the presentations by the Redwood Empire Food Bank, and I'd just like to say that I always thought I held them in the highest respect I could, and my expectation was that it couldn't go any higher, but it did with that meeting. And finally, like the third or fourth, some of their comments that I really
Perfect timing.
Sorry, I didn't have my phone off. It's off now. I just am embarrassed and feel the need to move housing higher up our priority list when we get, as soon as we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I forgot to call on our Assistant City Manager, Brian Cochran, who I believe had a comment to make regarding some of the comments made at public comment before we go to our City Manager's report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council and community. And we just wanted to address some of the concerns that have been mentioned here early this evening about the homeless encampments and the movement along of folks over the weekend, and wanted to touch on the fact that it really is the city's very last option to need to move folks from their camps, and really the reasons that end up necessitating that are things such as private property and trespassing on private property, and even pollution of waterways and refuse, trash, human waste, etc., going into our waterways. We really are sensitive to that and want to make sure that that we are protecting our public assets. So that was part of that really was the reason for this weekend's action, but wanted to emphasize on a more broad basis that the city is working effortlessly with our partners every day, CAHOOTS, Downtown Streets Team, Petaluma Health Center, and others, and the county, et cetera, to ensure that we are reaching out to any of our unsheltered residents to learn their situations, make sure that they can get the resources that they need, the help that they need to be able to get a leg up in life. And so that really was the focus for our actions this weekend. And I do believe we had about 50% of those folks who did need to be moved actually go into the Mary Isaac Center in that particular instance. Wanted to mention, though, as well, kind of moving forward, our end goal, or our goal long run, is to really just get people into a more stable, permanent housing situation. And some of the ways that we're doing that really are focused around fortifying our partners, the folks who are on the ground every day helping us do this work. And we are, as the council has heard before, and we will be bringing forward and discussing in the budget over the next few weeks and months, we are proposing significant increases to our contribution to CAHOOTS to ensure that they have the case managers, the case workers, to individualize their support and their services to folks on the ground. We are extending and expanding our Downtown Streets Team contract to ensure that we can get as many folks into that amazing program as possible. And we are, I think I heard during public comment, several comments about showers. We are looking to expand and develop our own mobile shower program here in Petaluma. So that would give folks additional hygiene services, as well as other wraparound services that we can bring out to folks with the mobile showers, such as wound care, COVID testing, and a whole slew of other things that can be attached to that mobile shower program. And then finally, I would just mention as well, we've been hearing in the governor's budget, there is a significant additional investment in the Project Home Key program. And so we are going to be looking at that really seriously to see if there is a project locally here in Petaluma that makes sense for us, that we can get a deal done and then bring that forward at some point in the near future if that funding is available and if we have a property owner, that is willing to work with us. So we are excited about that and exploring it actively. And so hopefully we'll have more to share coming up. So thank you and happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager. So now I'll go on to the city manager's comments.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Brian. I did want to add, though, not only are we excited to be exploring Project Home Key, we've got real estate brokers out there looking at properties. We're working with our housing partners to help bring some funding to the table that we can leverage, and we are in active conversations with property owners right now. So as soon as we get some traction, we'll be bringing that back to council. But I want to assure you, we're not going to wait for the county or anyone because we've got a real need here in Petaluma and we want to take care of it now. So really our goal is permanent housing for our unsheltered neighbors. And that is what we're focused on, as well as making sure that each gets the individualized services that they need. One other item I wanted to make sure everybody had on their calendar, we had our first goals and priorities workshop a couple weeks ago, and our second one was scheduled for May 24th. However, we want to make sure that all of our council members can attend, so we have moved that to June 28th. So that will be our second workshop where we're going to be prioritizing the many work plan items that are still outstanding and were added. And we're hoping that that extension of time will also give us a very robust feedback loop for the community to provide their thoughts on what their priorities are and the things that we need to be considering. And we're looking forward to packaging that back up for council conversation on June 28th. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we're going to move on to approval of minutes. We have meeting of April 26th, speaking of goals and council goals. I did not receive any comments about that. So unless there's objection, we will deem them approved as presented. And now we'll move on to the approval of the proposed agendas. We have agendas for the workshop, the budget workshop on May 10th and the regular city council meeting of May 17th. So do I see Councilmember Fisher?
Yeah, I'll move approval of those two upcoming agendas.
Second.
And second from Councilmember Healy. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to the consent calendar. And the city attorney has let us know that item 3D has been amended. But I also did not get any comments from anybody on the council that they wanted to pull anything off this agenda. So if we don't have anyone who wants to pull anything off, are there any questions or comments on any item on the consent calendar before we go to public comment? Not seeing anyone raise their hand, I will ask our city clerk if she has received any comments on the consent calendar items.
Madam Mayor, yes, we received one public comment on item 3A and 16 or 17 public comments on item 3E. It looks like 16.
Okay, thank you very much. And so I will ask our moderator, Mr. Carter, to please open public comment and see if there's anyone in attendance who would like to speak to items on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on the items on the consent calendar, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. You'll have 3 minutes in which to give your comments. I see one hand raised, so I will share my screen so we can get that timer up. And we have several hands raised now. So first speaker is Ben P, followed by Julie Royas. Ben, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Yeah, this is about the, just real briefly, there was an infamous statement made at a recent city meeting where a previous council member mentioned that the technology wasn't ready. And now
Excuse me, I'm going to interrupt. This is the mayor. I'm having a very hard time hearing the speaker. There's some background noise and he seems somewhat muffled.
Is that better?
This is much better. Thank you very much.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No,
yeah,
no,
I just
want to hear you.
Yeah, I just want to applaud the transit manager. I know some people have said previously that the technology is not ready, and now very clearly electric vehicles and vehicle transportation emissions are going to be reduced in this city, and that's something that we can all be proud of. So thank you, transit manager, and thank you for moving forward with the vehicle electrification program for our city.
Thank you, Ben. Next speaker is Julie Royas, followed by Sheila Baker. Julie, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Good evening, City Council. Thank you so much for providing this safe and interactive way to communicate with you during this time. My name is Julie Royce, and I'm a former Petaluma resident. Now I live in Rohnert Park, and I usually begin these types of conversations with the gut-wrenching stories of how my son is allergic to synthetic pesticides. And I tug at your heartstrings with all the stories of how he's afraid to play outside and often screams in pain when he does. But because I know your hearts and I know several of your priorities, I would like to say this instead. Climate, biodiversity, environmental, and social justice efforts will not succeed unless until Petaluma's overuse of poisonous synthetic pesticides for routine weed control is taken super seriously. These issues are important to this council and to this community. If you choose to award this contract tonight, and I believe you really don't need to spend this money, you must insist that the contractor creates an IPM plan that uses only organic and OMRI products and focuses solely on soil health. We cannot let them have room for any type of interpretation. I know this city does not want to use these weed killers, and we are here to support you. There are local nonprofits and non-toxic neighborhoods. We are here and ready, just as we have helped so many other cities. Lean on us. Direct staff tonight to guide us, to let us guide you. Let's get this ball rolling on pesticide-free grass nonetheless. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julie. Next speaker is Sheila Baker, followed by Taryn Obaid. Sheila, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you. I just want to say that I agree with the email sent and public comment on the pesticide issue. There is no need to apply pesticide in Petaluma at all. I was one of the worst weeds that we have. The biggest challenges, I think, in California is Himalayan blackberry. And you would think that you would just have to take the atom bomb to get rid of it, and that's just not true. Looking at a website now, kingcounty.gov, this is from Washington, and they talk about various ways to what they call control. It's not really control, it's manage. You manage weeds, and they say that it can be done by plowing and our livestock grazing, especially goats. And removal of the top growth by mowing, cutting, or grazing with goats will eventually kill blackberry if done regularly. Well, they emphasize that cutting followed by digging up root crowns is much more effective than cutting alone. The main thing about Himalayan blackberry or any weed is to really stay on it. And really, you don't need herbicides at all, ever, if you really really mow and stay with the plant. And that means like every season, every chance you get to really manage and monitor. Monitoring is very, very important. So thank you very much. And thank you for all the good work. And thank you, public, for writing those amazing emails. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Sheila. Next speaker is Taryn Obaid, followed by Matthew Calloway. Taryn, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, Patrick. My husband is ceding his time for me tonight.
Okay, can he just join and verify that he's ceding this time, please?
Hi, good evening. My name is Ahmed Obaid, and I'm ceding my time to Taryn Obaid, please. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I'll give you two times around on the 3-minute timer, Taryn.
Thank you. Okay, good evening. Rather than approve the resolution before you for the IPMP, I urge you, City Council, to please go with the recommendation in the staff report. Go with the staff report's proposed alternative, which is quote unquote, if the council is not satisfied with the recommended action in this item, staff could revisit the selection of the consultant or the scope in terms of the services. These recommendations to go with this consultant were made outside of or disregarding multiple meetings and conversations and presentations that local residents, including non-pesticide nonprofits and experts, have had with the city staff to try to work together to get a synthetic chemical-free IPMP. In fact, one organization called Non-Toxic Neighborhoods has offered to do this work for free for Petaluma. They've done it for over 200 cities and entities and have a 100% success rate where none of those entities or cities have reverted back to pesticide use. I am not convinced that this consultant is the right fit for Petaluma or our priority vision for our environmental legacy. The contract is too vague to deliver a full, decisive ban, a ban that the citizens want against toxin chemicals, pesticides. The city has mentioned that they're just going with a vendor that was recommended to them. And I understand the comfort there and I understand the trust there. But these are kind of unprecedented times and we're all witnessing it. When is the last time that any of us have seen an insect hit our car window? We've just really changed our ecosystem. It is very out of balance. The language in the contract is too vague. It's non-committal, quote unquote, normalize a non-reliance on pesticides. That kind of stops short, in my opinion. Addressing pest management needs, adopting an adaptive approach. It's just not specific enough. I reviewed Blankenship and Associates website, and actually they promote pesticide expertise that they have. They presented on herbicide use at a weed convention. They wrote a paper for South Peninsula Open Space District promoting glyphosate usage. They have a video on YouTube where they position chemical pesticide use as being okay because they make the argument that hazard does not equate to risk for humans. I find that to be disturbingly myopic. We're not just talking about humans in a vacuum here. We're talking about humans, animals, birds, bees, the whole thing out there that we all don't even know about. It's a balance and we're way out of whack. I understand that city staff has prepared a draft IPMP. I submit that rather than just select to spend $60,000 tonight of our hard-earned tax dollars, that we hit the pause button and say, hey, why don't we have a look at that draft IPMP that the staff put together in 2017? Why don't we invite non-toxic neighborhoods who's had such success being innovative and not putting any form of poisons down. Why don't we invite them to come and look at the plan and offer their feedback for free? I think that the community really has been really saying that this is the kind of climate change action that we want, is to stop what we've been doing in the past, look to the left, to the right, search for new solutions, creative ideas, things that aren't just easy right there on our Rolodex, somebody that we can call because we've known them for 20 years. Find somebody new who's pushing the envelope, doing something different to really turn our big ship around. And I want to say that why not do this? Other Sonoma County cities have done this. I think that Petaluma is such a leader right now. And why not tap the very best? Why not just hit the pause button? We could always move forward with that consultant in the future, but why not hit the pause button and go back and make sure that our thinking on this captures all of that really good information and resources and tools that were shared by the community experts and the nonprofits with our city staff over the past 7 months? And why not ask non-toxic chemical or neighborhoods for help? Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you, Taryn. Next speaker is Matthew Calloway, followed by Zaira. Matthew, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi there. Thank you so much for the time, Mayor Bear, and to the entire council. My name is Matt Calloway. I am the canvassing director for Sonoma County Conservation Action. Last year, or not last year, my goodness, before the pandemic, in the end of 2019, I had the pleasure to take myself down to talk to lots and lots of Petaluma community members about this exact issue. We were there very briefly, but we managed to talk to a lot of people and find an incredible amount of support for updating the integrated pest management plan to prohibit the use of synthetic pesticides, toxic and dangerous pesticides. And the thing that we found most people in Petaluma were shocked by was the fact this hadn't been done already. Most people, because they weren't aware that they were still being glyphosate and other synthetic pesticides used extensively in Petaluma, they thought there wasn't a problem. But when we found out, when we educated them on the fact that the IPM hadn't been updated in decades and was still allowing the use of synthetic pesticides, we had 500 new members sign on and over 500 additional people sign on to our proposal that the IPM gets changed to disallow synthetic pesticides and keep both humans and animals safe. And I'd just like to applaud the comments made earlier by earlier commenters that this isn't just an issue with humans and with our pest control, but this is a critical issue of biodiversity and mitigating the effects of climate change, which includes the extinction event, which we're seeing in both insects and wildlife. So I really urge you to go with what the sentiment of the overwhelming majority of your constituents feel is a critical issue, keeping toxins out of parks, schools, waterways, and out of interaction with both humans and wildlife, including insects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew. Next speaker is Zaira, followed by Alexis Kahlo. Zaira, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thanks, Patrick. You all are going to be hearing from me for a couple other items as well, so don't be surprised if you hear me again. This is also in regards to item 3E. Again, I'm in support of the new plan that must be written without the use of synthetic pesticides. Also, just to let Petaluma City Council know, this was already brought to the attention. I believe it was first brought on to the Parks and Recs back in, oh gosh, I think Council Member Kevin McDonald was on the board as chair at that time. So that concern was already brought years back. And I also think we need to just make sure that the consultants, I think, as I've seen in Petaluma, kind of like the same pattern, making sure that they are culturally aware and just also environmentally aware as well, not with a social justice lens, because pesticide, of course, it's going to impact all of our communities. And that's all I really wanted to bring. Appreciate your time, and thanks again.
Thank you, Zaira. Next speaker is Alexis Kahlo, followed by Sarah P. Alexis, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, wonderful. Good evening, City Council. My name is Alexis, and I'm a new Petaluma resident. In fact, I moved from New York City because California was supposed to be more in line with my values. Northern California is only one of 5 Mediterranean regions in the world, and Sonoma County is a global diversity hotspot. We have many species found here that are nowhere else in the world. We are in a time of catastrophic species loss due to climate change impacts and the indiscriminate use of chemical pesticides and urbanization. Herbicides such as glyphosate-containing compounds and including products such as Turfon and Surfon should not be used for vegetation management. All 3 are endocrine disruptors and adversely impact far more than just humans, but also our ecosystem. There are 6 other cities in Sonoma County that have already adopted a pesticide ban. And in fact, New York City, where I moved from, has already done this as well. So why can't we? I am asking to pause on this contract and to consider other innovative firms and to start with a public meeting with community and also working with non-toxic neighborhoods to see how we can do things differently. The good news is that the city can save $60K by working with this national nonprofit. They've already helped draft policies for the city of Irvine, Costa Mesa, Tucson, IUSD, CUSD, and as well as many places in Texas. If we can't do that, then at least can we ask for a guaranteed commitment and firm language that innovative techniques will be made to go 100% organic and synthetic pesticide free. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis, and welcome to Petaluma. Next speaker is Sarah P., followed by Landry Purcell. Sarah, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Barrett and council members. My name is Sarah Paragoy. I was originally coming to speak to you all today as a co-founder of Pesticide Free Petaluma, a community organization founded here in Petaluma to educate the public and the community on various ways of aesthetic maintenance without the use of synthetic pesticides. However, I feel like plenty of our other speakers have had an opportunity to do that this evening. And so I think this evening what my hope is that you guys will take a look closely at this contract and really think about the future of Petaluma and the future of the community and the people that live here in Petaluma and what it is that we want and what it is that we need. Plenty of you may know that I am now a new mom. However, I don't know if the Public Works Department knows that. So Jason Beatty, if you're listening, and Cindy Chong, if you're listening, and to the potential hired consultant, if you're listening, I want to let you know that I am now not just thinking about myself. I've been speaking with you guys for years regarding alternative usages to synthetic pesticides, and it means something different to me now. I'm thinking more about the next generation, especially considering that we're in a climate emergency, what it is that our community can do and be for my family now. I want to have my children grow up in a space where I can take them to a local neighborhood park and not have to worry about what has been sprayed. I recently reviewed the public records of what has been used for aesthetic maintenance over the last couple of years in Petaluma. And I almost started crying when I realized that my neighborhood parks are still being sprayed with synthetic pesticides. You guys, we can do better. We can really do better. And I know that the council wants to do better. And I know the Public Works Department wants to do better too. So let's do it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, and congratulations on your child. Landry Purcell is next, followed by Beverly. Landry, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. I just want to start off by thanking everyone on this call. It's so nice to be able to participate in these conversations from the dinner table and have my children listen in to really respectful conversations with people that they can want to be like when they're older. So I'm just grateful for the way that we can participate from home here. I live here in town, president and co-founder of Families Advocating for Chemical and Toxic Safety, advisory board member of SAS, Sonoma Safe Ag, Safe Schools. I'm sure you guys know this, but of the 30 most commonly used lawn and landscape pesticides identified by the EPA, nearly all have the potential for serious impacts on human health, with special risk to infants and children, the elderly, people with compromised immune systems as well. Children exposed to pesticides either in utero or during other critical periods of development may have lower IQs, birth defects, and developmental delays, and face higher risks of autism, ADHD, and cancer. I don't know much about the Blankenship and Associates group. I know that our council and our mayor are very committed to reducing and getting rid of the synthetic pesticide use in our city. I do know that the Petaluma Pesticide Free Group has met with Parks and Rec Department many times and given them ideas for different consultants and plans from other cities. And I guess I hope that we're doing our due diligence here. I've heard comments, well, the Blankenship group must be a great group to create an organic pesticide management plan because they're working with Marin. I checked in with people at the Parks Department in Marin, and my understanding is that this group has nothing to do with the Integrated Pest Management Program in Marin. The Marin Parks Department is huge, and they might be working in some way with their open space group. It's unclear, so I just don't want us to assume that because this group is somehow associated and working in Marin that they're working on their integrated pest management plan or anything related specifically to an organic pest management program. So I hope that if we do choose to go to this group, it's imperative that we ask for only organic pesticide management practices, and that we have done our due diligence here, and we've at least thought about a group like Non-Toxic Neighborhoods that's worked with the city of Irvine, Costa Mesa, Tustin, IUSD, Denton, Texas. They're working with Allentown now, St. Petersburg in Florida, all for free because they're a nonprofit. And what if we saved that $60,000 and used it towards a campaign to help folks in our homes understand why we shouldn't be spraying glyphosate all over our yards, which happens, frequently around here. Maybe that money could go towards.
Sorry, I had to cut you off there, Landry, but thank you for your comments. Your time had expired. Beverly is next, followed by Observer. So Beverly, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Okay, thank you. I did write a note about not using synthetic pesticides and all that. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay. But what I noticed, I was looking over the agenda item and the contract, and reading the agenda item, I think the city council is already totally on board with trying to phase out or totally discontinue as quickly as possible the use of synthetic pesticides and herbicides. So But when I read the contract, I don't really see anything clearly about that. I see all these things about the company managing this and having those meetings and doing this documentation, but there's no clear statement in the contract that this company will decrease or eliminate, rather, the use of these pesticides and herbicides. So I think that's a big mistake. And hearing that there's a group that will do this for free, then why would we be spending $60,000? And the last thing is that on the contract, there are all these items for 2021. And my understanding is the contract ends in 2021. And yet in 2022, there's some payment of $44,000. I didn't really get what that was about. But I really hope that you will avail yourself of the services of a group that will do this for free and be the 7th city in Sonoma County to ban these really terrible things that are doing so much damage to our environment, not meant to mention to human beings. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Beverly. Next speaker is Observer, followed by Veronica O. Observer, if you can unmute yourself and state your name for the record, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, hi, this is Maura Sullivan. I just want to echo the comments of the earlier speakers. I did read the contract with that the consultant put out, and I was concerned that they said that they would potentially use new or reduced pesticide management practices, and also that they would be using herbicides for vegetation management, and also that they were going to provide sprayer training for roadside and landscape vegetation and vertebrate pesticide management. And my concern on the latter is that you have owl boxes, and so I just want to make sure that that is non-toxic type treatment for the vertebrates, for the rodents, so that we don't get non-target species secondary kill. I did send in an analysis on the turf lawn and the surfland, which are herbicides, and they are xenoestrogens. They do have reproductive adverse effects in humans. They also have them in a number of other species. And we really need to stop thinking just human specific. It's really a gross form of speciesism. And we have to think in terms of a whole ecosystem approach, and realize that our own survival is very much tied to the survival of all these other diverse creatures. We indeed are a global biodiversity hotspot. We already have unacceptable levels of an organophosphate that's very toxic, diazinon, in our river, and we are on the Regional Water Quality Control Board impaired bodies list for that. We don't want to be using malathion and nalid and temophos, which are all organophosphates, in our creeks and in our slough, because they have severe adverse effects on amphibians at the tadpole stage, on birds, and they interfere with reproduction and survival, and they impact fish. And so what you end up doing is bioconcentrating these contaminants up the line. And we have massive loss of biodiversity. 80% of species are imperiled or endangered. And so if we continue to broadcast these chemicals over our landscapes and our waterways, we are going to continue to participate in the extinction and wiping out these precious species that we need for our own survival, particularly in terms of critical pollinators. So I would just ask that we really refine our thinking here, and that we really, really focus on thinking on a whole ecosystem approach. Thank you kindly.
Thank you for your comments, Moira. Next speaker is Veronica O, followed by Susan Kirks. Veronica, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Barrett and Council. I'm Veronica Olson, and I'm speaking on 3E, and I just would like to respectfully request that Council insist on 100% organic products and alternative solutions. To revisit the contract tonight before you and find a new solution, because broad spectrum spraying in our creeks and ecosystems will have catastrophic results. and biodiversity as a whole will be impacted. And I'd just like to remind us that in our climate emergency framework, under our values and considerations, I'm just going to paraphrase here, we say create social resilience and ecosystem resilience together. And under mitigation and sequestration, we say regenerative land management practices across Petaluma watershed. And then we say whole systems thinking for long-term ecosystem vitality as a basis for community and environmental well-being and economic vitality. And we say support Petaluma environment. Please, I urge you tonight to find a solution with the nonprofit group that the others have mentioned and maybe some other elements, and that we can be in alignment with our climate emergency framework and our other values, and let's make nature a stakeholder so we can keep our toxic chemicals out of our ecological systems so that we can all have wellness and health. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. Next speaker is Susan Kirks. Susan, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you. I'm also speaking on 3E. And I'd like to acknowledge the speakers before me this evening and say how encouraging it is to hear an increased awareness and appreciation for, and actually a request of our elected leadership to consider whole systems, biodiversity, and doing better, which means that we have an opportunity tonight for our elected officials to really do your job and to listen to the public who's giving you input tonight that's really excellent. I'm familiar with non-toxic neighborhoods, and I also fully support the prior speakers who encouraged the city to engage with this particular group. And I also appreciate the raising awareness here in Petaluma about being less human-centered and being more whole, having a little bit higher level of sensitivity to our surroundings, all of the insects, the birds, the wildlife, the habitat areas. I'm president of the Maduro and Audubon Society, serving my 4th term. I'm also chair of the board of Paula Lane Action Network, responsible for creating and nurturing for so many years, much of which has now been destroyed, unfortunately, by the city and contractor, the Paula Lane Nature Preserve that supports over 100 avian species, American badger and grassland habitat. And we specifically, over 9 years ago, wrote into the conservation easement the necessity of having organic soil amendments and never, ever any type of synthetic pesticide. And I remember, actually from the speaker earlier, I was in the audience at the Parks and Rec Commission many, many years ago when your group first began the quest for where we have come tonight. So I want to, again, thank everyone from the public who has stepped forward to speak tonight. And I'll look forward to hearing the city council members' discussion. And I truly hope that there will be an appropriate decision that will support everything that those from the public asked for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Susan. And that is the last hand we have raised, Madam Mayor. So I will stop sharing my screen and turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I see 2 hands are already raised. 3 hands are already raised. So I will start with Vice Mayor Barnacle and go to Councilmember Posake and then Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Barrett. I may have other comments, but I was just wondering if staff could respond to the comments about the nonprofit who's offered to do it for free, and some of the other things that were said.
Certainly. Good evening,
Madam Mayor, council members, Jason Beatty, the Public Works Director. Yeah, as outlined in the staff report, we have the city maintains over 460 acres and 47 parks and dozens of sports fields and all our open space. And we have acres of land at our airport, our courtyard, fire stations, police stations. A conservative estimate is we're spending about $2.5 million a year in the landscaping maintenance of all these facilities through a mix of our city staff and contractors. And while we've done, we have been listening, and city staff has amended its practices to greatly reduce the use of pesticides over the past several years, including trials to use of organic herbicides, the use of the owl boxes out at the playing fields to reduce gopher populations, implementing a policy not to use glyphosate products on city properties. We do have this need to update this integrated pest management plan, and it's our goal too to get to a pesticide-free Petaluma. And our recommendation is this path of updating includes hiring an experienced consultant who can support the city with this progressive plan, benchmark with other municipalities, and help us engage with our community. And we're envisioning a fully open process. And bringing this forward as a recommendation is that first step. Definitely want to engage with the pesticide-free Petaluma, engage with the non-toxic neighborhoods and others, get that input on what this plan should look like. Obviously, we haven't been able to move forward with this in the last several years, and are looking to do that, and then bringing that forward to parks, getting feedback, and then on to council with the final recommendation. It's a multifaceted program that can have significant impacts, and most importantly on improvements to public and staff health and the environment's health. But we need to have our eyes fully open on those impacts and how do we execute. We do have a draft plan. We reviewed it internally and felt it wasn't holistic enough. We want to make sure the plan reflects the community's desires, but it also needs to provide the city, defining what the pests are, what action levels that we are, willing to accept. Aesthetics will change. We need to outline those alternatives to the action levels, alternatives to pesticides, even organic pesticides. They have issues too. So we want to move away from all that, but it takes a very holistic approach. And we're dealing, with many different types of pests and many different types of situations around the city. So this was our recommendation to have a consultant help us through this process, and we end up on the other side with a fully vetted plan that we've engaged the community with, and we have action levels and an open process that's understood by very, very easily to be understood by the public, on where how we're maintaining our spaces and moving us forward here.
Thank you very much, Jason. And Brian, did you want to go ahead and speak now?
I'll let the other council members ask questions while I sort of formulate what my response is to that. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember Pusakay, followed by Councilmember McDonald, and then Councilmember Fisher.
I'd first like to thank you, Mayor. First like to thank everyone who came to speak on this tonight and who sent letters, emails to council. I had some concerns of my own about the direction that this consultant would try to take us. But I also understand that the city staff feel that we need someone well-versed in IPM formulation. And gosh, but I also, I didn't grow up in a depression, but my parents did and had trained me. It's hard to turn down somebody looking at something for free, as opposed to waiting until we pay 60,000 and then ask them to look for free. Just a few things that were mentioned about the Blankenship and Associates. I would just add one from my looking at their website, which a lot of emphasis after talking about hazard and risk about agreeing to disagree with the community. So I put out that out there as well if it's appropriate. I think the community at the very least is asking us to pull this and vote on it separately. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to interrupt the flow I just gave because I see our city manager has her hand up, and that might help direct or answer some of our questions. So
Thank you, Mayor. I really want to emphasize that not only are we going to be working closely with the community and bringing them in and helping us form this plan, but this consultant is helping us, let's just be really clear, is helping us get done what we want to get done, which has been our goal from the beginning, to be pesticide free. It's actually helping us with staff capacity. And yes, absolutely, if somebody's willing to do it for free, that's great. But we also have, as Jason said, a pretty big scope of work to be done. And we really do need somebody to help us pull that together. It still takes somebody to manage it, whether you're getting volunteers or not. And so the consultant is under our direction, and that is our goal, to go pesticide free. So, and staff knew that when they brought this contract forward. So I just want to be really clear that this isn't, staff has really been very thoughtful about this process. And I think Jason tried to emphasize just how large the scope is. So just want to be really clear about our expectations and that the consultant is under our direction.
thank you. Councilmember McDonald, Councilmember Fisher, and then Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I remember this from being on the Park and Rec Commission, and it was a big deal in front of the Park and Rec Commission. Lots of people spoke on this. Staff went ahead and did studies and researched what other communities were doing and how effective it was, and how practices needed to change to accommodate this. And the gist was it would be more expensive to not use products such as this. The commission's requested or demanded that staff not have a problem with that it was so important that an increased cost was not the stumbling block. Staff made commitments at that time at the Park and Rec Commission that they wouldn't in parks use any more of these products. And so time goes by, and I get on council, and I started figuring out some of the main three flaws of that Park and Rec action. And they come up because of council hearing from the public again. One is when we reviewed landscape districts, we realized that the ban didn't extend to landscape districts. It only covered parks. And then second flaw in it was that it wasn't citywide. We discovered that Ellis Creek was, and the whole council was pretty shocked that it was being used at Ellis Creek. And then the third awareness that came from having only a Park and Rec action was that it really wasn't a code, an ordinance, a commitment. It was staff of that time changing practices, but that's not really codifying a new practice. And I think the result was, the intention was from staff to always update the IPMP. It was vastly out of date. It was acknowledged as such, but given priorities and whatnot, that action hasn't got around. And now this is the time to update that. And so long as staff indicates they're open to outside help, and they're acknowledging a public process to make sure we get exactly what we, the council, we, the public, want here, I think we can rectify not having put a nail in it back in those Park and Rec days. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilman Fisher?
Yeah, I just want to say that I do think this is a critical next step to give staff the support that they need to create the plan that we need. And to remind people that I was actually cycling out of Schoenberger this morning and saw a gentleman with a spray can on his back. And I stopped and it's a very well-respected local landscape company. I said, well, what are you spraying? And he gave me the name of it. And it's a synthetic herbicide. And so I want to remind everybody that this is just about the city properties. And while we do have vast holdings of city properties, you know, we also have a public that is still using these products continually. And so please, as a community, you know, the best support I could ask for you is to help educate everybody else. And we can set the example as a city. And then let's get the message out to everybody else that, you know, we just don't want these anywhere in our city. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember King, followed by Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I too wish that for the city to come forward with a plan that eliminates synthetic pesticides in our use. Councilmember Fisher just commented about probably the bigger problem that exists, which is all the other land in the city that the city government doesn't control, which includes the schools. And so I viewed this item as a way to move this forward so that we do actually get a pest management plan in place. We have actually had general discussions informally at the council. I know I can remember my first discussion was probably in 2015 or 2016 with then Assistant City Manager Scott Broden about the use of Roundup in areas and whether we could just have a policy to just not do it. But this plan has been waiting to happen. So I personally would like it to go forward. And if it comes back, you know, the city manager mentioned the degree of public input that's anticipated. But the plan has to come back, and it has to come back, I would imagine, through not only the council, but at least one of our commissions, which will allow a very broad-based public input. I don't hear a lot of support for the continued use of synthetic pesticides in city use from electeds or anybody else. So I think we need to go forward with that. As to the cost and to the option of doing it with a volunteer group, this is a major undertaking as far as I can tell. I don't want to pretend to be an expert on this, but I would rather have somebody organize, put this together, come forward with a plan, get public input, and then finalize something that comes back so that we can actually do this. And one of the things about delaying this is that we're delaying this yet again. So I agree with Councilmember Posake. I don't have any problem with pulling item E because it's been part of some substantial discussion tonight as a consent calendar item. But I'm going to support the staff recommendation on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I look at this as high priority, urgent, and obviously staff needs the capacity. So I'm inclined to support it. My comments are sort of building on what Councilmember King just said, is that it's about the lands that we don't control, because we've done a lot as a city to do that. And so I feel like the group that they just recommended, I just looked them up on their website. They've done several of these plans. It looks like they've got a bunch of PhDs in biology, and that obviously they're well qualified to do the work as well. And my point is we're paying $195 for a project manager in this contract, and we could be spending $60,000 on an education campaign to get people to stop using it on their own property. because the children are playing in the front yards, they're playing in their backyards, and we have to get to those locations. And so I feel like the plan itself is important. The education campaign that goes along with it to get people to stop using it on their own private residence feels equally, if not more important than the actual plan itself to me. But that's just it. And then the other piece is if we are going to move forward with it, absolutely we need to provide, there needs to be a stronger education component. I definitely want to have in the scope of work, it doesn't really mention anything about actually having a community meeting with all these like experts that live right here in Petaluma up front. And I just don't want to have this plan come back and have the people who spoke tonight saying, you guys spent $65,000 and this plan does not meet our expectations. So I want to make sure that early on in the process, they're engaged and their input's heard. SMART, I want to make sure that SMART paths are covered by whatever policy or plan comes forward, so that we don't have SMART spraying stuff along their trails. And then, to Zyra's point about equity, if we don't translate all these materials and make sure that we are driving them down into communities that don't think about this stuff and have been using Roundup for generations, we're missing the opportunity here. So that's my comment. I will pull the item from the consent calendar and give us a second vote, and make a motion to move all the other items.
Thank you for that. I will call on Councilmember Healy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll second Vice Mayor Barnacle's motion.
Okay, did you want to make any comment on anything at this point?
Not beyond that, no.
Okay, fine. So we have a motion and a second on items from the consent calendar, items A, B, C, D, F, and G. So we will take a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Kosake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now we'll consider item 3E. Is there anyone else who wants to address that item? Not seeing any hands up. I will speak to that item, and I am going to support this. I am very happy that when Councilmember McDonald was on the Park and Rec Commission, they were able to get this approved. But this effort has been a long time coming in this town, and we've been working on it, and we just never had the majority to make that happen. And we did hear a lot that we also didn't have the budget to make it happen. I think right now we have both of those things, and I think that it's really important that we go forward with what is being proposed. I can't believe that our staff would allow anyone to go forward as a consultant to this city without a very clear giving them a very clear understanding about where the council and the city stands on this issue. It would be a waste of money, as some people had mentioned. But it would just be a waste of time as well. We've been very clear about where we want to go, and I think that is what we need to do. I agree with, and I'm sorry, I can't remember which council member, I think it was Councilmember King, who said that, delaying this is really not in our best interest. We really want to move forward. The ideas that the vice mayor brought up about education and private property use, those are all good, but those are next steps. We as a city need to take the leadership, get this moving forward, have it come back to our city and our community, and then, make sure it is what we want, and then move forward with it. And we need to also bring the school districts in on this, and the healthcare district. They have a lot of property that has a lot of grounds around them, and they need to be protecting the sensitive receptors that are our children. So with that, I'm going to support this item. I see Councilmember King has his hands up, followed by Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to move item 3E, the staff recommendation.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Barnacle?
I'll second it. And I love the idea of incorporating the schools. And I hope that as we go through, we can create a plan that the schools adopt as well. That'd be great. So I love that idea. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we will ask our city clerk to take a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Hosake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And thank you to the public for all your input. We appreciate it. Now we're moving on to new business. And the first item is the introduction, first reading of an ordinance amending Title 17 of the Petaluma Municipal Code to adopt the 2018 International Fire Code and intervening California Code cycle changes for the 2019 edition of the California Building Standard Code, California Code of Regulations, Title 24, Parts 2, 2.5, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 11, and amendments thereto based on local climatic, geological, and topographic conditions, and repealing Chapter 17.24 of the Petaluma Municipal Code, swimming pools. And we will be teeing this off is our Fire Marshal, Jessica Power.
Madam
Good
Mayor,
evening.
excuse
Sorry.
me, Jessica, for interrupting, and sorry, Madam Mayor, I was a little slow to get my hand up. Before we leave the consent calendar completely, I just wanted to confirm, if I could, that the council's approval of item 3D was with the amendment suggested by staff to correct those references to the buses. I think that was the case, but we had a lot of discussion and we didn't really confirm.
I believe it was. That is how I introduced it.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for the interruption.
Absolutely. Okay, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff, and community. Tonight, myself and Interim Chief Building Official Charles Lucas will be introducing to you the Building and Fire Code updates for the intervening cycle that will become effective July 1st, 2021. So I will start with a little overview and then turn it over to Charlie to talk about the changes that you'll see within the code. Within the triennial update cycle, and I'm sorry, we do have a short PowerPoint. Patrick, are you able to bring that up?
I was just waiting for your cue. There you go.
I'm sorry, thank you. So within the triennial update, you can go to the next slide, please. The state issues a mid-cycle update that further augments, corrects, and or clarifies the most recent code adoption within the 3-year cycle that the state adopts. And so that can be anything from typos and such to clarifying any language that was adopted at the last cycle. This is an appropriate time for us to make changes to our local amendments to go in line with the state changes, or like you will see as Charlie will overview, some eliminations due to changes in the state code. Next slide, please. So there's 3 types of updates. Like I said, to correct those errors or any omissions, clarify current text in view of new code updates. That can often include technology changes as well. And then improve the code by eliminating any conflicts with our state code. So now I will turn it over to Charlie Lucas.
Very good. Thank you, Jessica. So I'll just carry this forward. Patrick, if you could switch to the next slide. In the staff report, you'll see these are more clearly identified, but I just wanted to touch on the big picture. This first item regarding the residential code, we made an addition of a table that includes climatic and geographic design criteria. This aids the design of residences. We have corrected name and titles of codes that are used as a basis for Title 24. Currently, there were some errors in that regard regarding uniform or international codes that are the basis for California's codes. We removed an orphaned paragraph that wasn't applicable to the building code. We've removed typographical error that references Santa Rosa. We have included an omitted definition of substantial improvements that are subject to sprinkler requirements to permit aggregated, phased improvements over a 3-year period that may trigger a need for fire sprinkler upgrades. This was omitted by simple error. It was in the previous code. So, and then lastly, in this section, we have a need to duplicate the stop work order provisions so that the residential and building codes work parallel. They're intended to have different scopes. The building codes and residential codes should work parallel, and this will make that work. Patrick, next slide. We are clarifying the language in view of current code. So in these updates this time, there are some changes. So we will be amending the Green Building Code, California Green Building Code, for Tier 1 adoption. This is in coordination of an all-electric provision that we will be seeing in a separate agenda item. We have modified the administrative provisions for issuing stop work orders. As I mentioned previously, this was a textual change in 115, section 115.7 of the building code. We relocated the order of the building code provisions and to make our codes follow the order of Title 24. The amendments to Chapter 1 of the Residential Code, I'm touching on the stop work order provisions. I think we've spoken about that already, so we'll skip that item and go down to the next page, Patrick. There was a new definition of accessory dwelling unit in this code update. We made a similar definition for junior accessory dwelling units and efficiency kitchens for purposes of clarifying those code standards. We've made a modification of the electrical code to require a minimum 200 amp electrical panel for all new single family construction. This will facilitate future solar and EV charging loads. We have made an amendment to the plumbing code to permit small restaurant occupancies where the calculated occupant load is less than 25 to utilize a single-use toilet facility for use by any gender. We made an amendment to the plumbing code, or this was kind of a clarification. We clarified the existing amendment to the gray water diversion requirements for clothes washers in new single-family residences. All right, next slide, Patrick. Lastly, we have deleted, there's a deletion of existing ordinance for fencing around swimming pools. In the current code, there is it's a duplication of state law. The California Swimming Pool Safety Act occurred a few years back, and this has made its way into our building code. And this has a conflict with our local requirements, and so we're eliminating those local requirements that conflict by just simply utilizing the building code and the state Swimming Pool Safety Act as written. We are also deleting an amendment to the energy code, and we're utilizing the electrical code, as I mentioned earlier, to achieve electric ready for new single-family construction. So I believe that's all. And if you have any questions, we'll be glad to help answer those.
Thank you very much. Is there any question from the council on any of these amendments or clarifications? Seeing no one raise their hand. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. So, sorry, Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you very much. When he mentions EV and when he mentions gray water, my ears perk up. So my question is, I understand on new construction, the 200 amp panel and a gray water, do those fit under, in a substantial remodel, are those requirements also included?
That's a good question. We have not made that a requirement at this time. That is something we will be looking towards in the future. The changes towards existing buildings and making them more electric ready is a little bit of a challenge and requires some more thought. So we will be looking at that in the future. The gray water provisions are currently exempt from code, or I should say exempt from permitting requirements, such that the homeowner can make that modification for a closed washer gray water diversion system on their own without a building permit. So the public has the ability to do that. And so perhaps that answers your question, Councilmember McDonald.
A little bit, yes. Thank you. I'm interested in both of these proceeding, and major remodel is such a great opportunity for gray water conversion. And I've previously asked that building put a sticker on draft first round remodeling plans that says, hey, you could really benefit from using gray water here. And I know there was, and Daily Axe was working with me on trying to get that advanced through building, but I don't recall we ever got that to the finish line. Because that's education for the needed efforts we're all interested in. Thank you.
Yes, I understand. Thank you. Daily Axe is doing some good work, and we'd like to encourage them as well.
Thank you very much. I see Heather Hines here. I was going to say councilwoman, but sorry.
So I just wanted to just add to what Charlie said. So, and you're going to also hear it in the next item with the all electric code, that when you start working with the existing, converting the existing structures, it takes a little bit more research and nuances. So it is not lost on staff that we need to go in that direction, and we will be moving in that direction. We also didn't want to hold things up until we could solve the entire thing. We wanted to okay, step one, let's get this moving, let's get this going, let's get new construction. And then we will be nearly immediately, we've already started talking about a number of the things that we anticipate being the next step with this, to start looking at existing construction. So I just wanted to kind of tag that on with what Charlie said, that we're already talking about it, thinking about it, trying to figure out what our next steps are and what to bring forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. One closing comment. Alas, I did my remodel right before I became more aware of better practices. And so I'm super happy if staff helps wake people who are on a path, even if it's not a required change to their structure. So looking forward to that.
Yeah, and staff is, we have started meeting again with Daily Axe to start talking about both kind of the code requirements of it and also the education and the outreach and those aspects of it as well.
Thank you. Okay, so I don't see any other hands up on council. Let's go to public comment. I will ask our city clerk if she's received any items on this issue.
Madam Mayor, no comments on this item.
Thank you. So now we'll go to open public comment and ask our moderator, Mr. Carter, to help us with that.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. We have one hand raised currently, so I will share my screen to get that timer up. And Josh Simmons, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Good evening, City Council, city staff, fellow members of the public. I just wanted to speak to one minor detail in that is before you tonight. In the clarifying language section, there was mention of modification of the electrical code to require a minimum 200 amp electrical panel in all new single family home constructions. 200 is actually out of sync with the all electric code that is before the city council elsewhere on the agenda tonight. 200 is not enough for a new build to cover both heating and cooking and an EV, etc. Generally, the recommendation is a minimum of 250 in order to support all electric construction. That's my comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
And that is the last comment we have here. So Mayor, I will turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. And that will close public comment and bring it back to the council for discussion or a motion.
Mayor, would you like me to respond to that question?
Certainly, if you would like to.
Sure. The reason we use the 200 amp, the current code requires 100 amp. So this was an increase of about 100%, but it is in line with the energy code provisions for new subdivisions. And so the new subdivisions that are over a threshold amount of homes are required to have a minimum 200 amp electrical service. And we are duplicating that requirement in the electrical code. So this is a minimum, it's not a maximum. And certainly if the electrical loads are shown to be higher, they could be installed at a higher number.
Thank you very much. So Councilmember Fisher.
I was going to go ahead and move the item, the introduction, this first reading of an ordinance amending Title 17 of the Municipal Code.
Thank you.
And I was going to second.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second, and we'll ask the city clerk to do a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Osake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, and thank you, staff, for that report and work. Now we're on to item 4B, which is the introduction, first reading of an ordinance amending the Petaluma Municipal Code to create a new chapter 17.09 entitled All Electric Construction in Newly Constructed Buildings, adopting new local amendments to the California Building Standards Code and deleting existing all-electric incentive in Petaluma Municipal Code section 17.04.010J. And we will hear from Kevin Collins and Heather Hines. So.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members, public. Kevin Collins, Senior Planner. It's my pleasure to present this item this evening. I have a PowerPoint presentation to facilitate the report. At this time, I'm going to share my screen, Patrick. All right. By way of overview, this slide highlights the 3 points of conversation that we'll go through. We'll provide a summary of the background research that led to the recommendation this evening. Secondly, I will summarize the municipal code amendments that are proposed, and next talk about next steps, what would happen after. What brings us here this evening, in part, is the climate emergency framework adopted by the City Council. Within that document, as well as some additional actions recommended by the Climate Action Commission, is the elimination of emissions throughout the building sector, and specifically those that are concerning the operation of buildings. So how persons occupy them, whether they live in them or work in them. That's found on page 16 of the framework. Now, this drive of the framework to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030, in the context of our conversation this evening, we are presenting a building decarbonization effort within the context of the California Building Code. So in the technical speak, we call this Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations. As our previous agenda item, you just amended portions of it. So we're discussing proposed amendments to this code to add to it, as well as to modify through local amendments. And when we think about building decarbonization, we typically put those in context of Part 6, the Energy Code, as well as Part 11, Cal Green. Just by way of overview of, well, what is Title 24 or the Building Code? It is a code that is adopted on a 3-year cycle on a statewide basis. It is mandatory for compliance by all cities and counties. Local amendments, however, are adopted routinely, as we've just discussed at the last agenda item, for reasons of climate, geology, of topography, to acknowledge that not every location is the same for a uniform code such as Title 24. So when we think of, well, building codes are used to help with carbon neutrality, there are different means by which California cities have used building codes to do so. We're here to discuss an all-electric ordinance this evening. That's one effort that's been done in some cities. Another is a REACH code, which provides, on a local level, amendments to the energy code, which are more restrictive than those provided by the state, and which require additional regulatory review by the California Energy Commission. There are also some provisions in the Cal Green, Part 11 of Title 24, that relate to energy efficiency as well. In our research to date, we found that just as of last count that I took, just shy of 40 California cities have taken efforts to amend their building codes to further efforts to achieve carbon neutrality, and 15 of which have adopted an all-electric ordinance. So why do this? What is the significance of natural gas, of using electricity instead of natural gas? And that's one constituent of natural gas, of which is many components, and that's methane. Methane is a potent greenhouse gas that, compared to carbon dioxide, is 25 times over a 100-year period more warming in its potential. When we look at natural gas and where it is pulled from the earth, distributed to homes, and then burned within buildings, that methane escapes into the atmosphere, contributing to global climate change at all of those points. And when burned within our homes, as we do routinely for cooking, drying our clothes, heating our water, space heating, routine things to inhabit our home, those emissions are put into the air. In putting in a context of Petaluma, in terms of overall emissions, the graph on the right is a visual depiction in 2018 of the greenhouse gas emissions for the county. That red bar in the middle represents the building sector. For Petaluma, at that point in time, the overall emissions from buildings, again, tracing this back to methane and the burning of natural gas, is 26% of those emissions are from natural gas. What else do we know about the impacts of natural gas? The adverse effects are not limited to climate change. There are additional effects of natural gas use for public health, particularly for cooking. It worsens indoor air quality. That has a negative outcome, in particular with children, and increased asthma rates. The use of reduction of the use of natural gas also has the ability to improve a community's resilience by reducing fire risk, simplifying building systems and maintenance. As we noted in the staff report, ruptures from natural gas lines in San Francisco during the Loma Prieta earthquake caused half the fires. And even today, after a comprehensive review of the emergency systems in San Francisco, they estimate after a 7.9 earthquake, it would take 6 months for the city to have fully operational natural gas services citywide versus 1 week for an electric powered system. In terms of the effect of this ordinance and what it does or does not regulate, I wanted to focus for a moment on what building decarbonation means within the context of the ordinance. And I wanted to first distinguish that we are talking about a building's energy use and the removal of emissions from that energy use by switching from natural gas, systems that use natural gas, to electrical lines. When you look at Title 24, it regulates building design. It does not regulate appliances. So although we commonly think of efforts to reduce our emissions and further achieve carbon neutrality, Title 24 does not require a specific heater, water heater, space heater, cooking appliance to be installed. It deals with the system that is the building, its orientation, its wiring, its insulation, the different conduits, etc. So the idea here is that the code would, as proposed, remove natural gas so that buildings can use appliances that are reliant on electricity. Another important point that came up in some earlier council conversations about REACH code related to cost effectiveness. In the staff report, we put a fair amount of material that conveys what the state has documented. We're at a fortunate point in time here where the state of California, in partnership with the utilities, has completed all necessary studies for buildings under Title 24 to be demonstrated as cost-effective under an all-electric construction approach. Now, that evidence is provided in the attachments to the staff report. There's a lot of information in there. I wanted to draw your attention to two metrics that all of those studies rely on. They're different in terms of their purpose. The first is time-dependent valuation. So this is a metric that the state of California uses on a broader scale, on a societal level, to evaluate, is it cost effective to build all electric construction? On a finer grain level, looking at utility bills, so what we would receive in the mail at our home, place of business to pay, on bill is the metric that is used to evaluate. It's not used to set energy standards according to the state, but it is an important point of information to consider the implications of an ordinance such as that tonight. And in looking at Petaluma and what those two metrics have been documented to show, under Title 24, all electric is cost effective, except for two situations. And there's a caveat there. For medium office and small hotel, it's not cost effective. However, that scenario excluded photovoltaic and battery storage. If you add those back into a project, it is cost effective. So I wanted to pass on that important information in very summary format, that all electric construction is cost effective in Petaluma in its climate zone. All right, now we're going to get into the meat of the ordinance. I'll go through 4 different components or highlights in turn. As I'm doing so, where we've received feedback from the Climate Action Commission and the Planning Commission in April, I'm going to highlight those points as well. And so we'll start at the beginning of the ordinance and first talk about applicability. What would the ordinance apply to? This is an amendment to the building code, so building permits are the vehicle to impose the all-electric requirement, as opposed to a land use entitlement, which would be under zoning. This ordinance would apply to all new buildings. So irregardless of land use, if it needs a building permit, it uses a fuel, it would use electricity and not gas. Thirdly, is an addition that came into the ordinance as by way of revision in response to the Climate Action Commission. The comments we received from that meeting were an interest to expand the scope of the ordinance to get at the existing building stock. Now, you recall from the slide earlier, we showed that emissions overall are 26% from the building sector in Petaluma. This ordinance, if it were limited to new buildings, would not reduce that amount. So the intent here was to expand the scope to further the emission reductions. And so what staff did in response was to evaluate how might that be done in a way that would not have a negative or adverse outcome, particularly with regard to equity. So acknowledging that improving buildings has costs, and those costs must be borne by persons, whether you're a tenant or a leaseholder for a business. We were very mindful in trying to craft a threshold that we were comfortable with that would not put costs unnecessarily onto communities that would not be able to bear that burden. So what we've arrived at is what we would essentially call a demolition and a rebuild scenario, a very, very high threshold where a substantial addition or alteration, where more than 50% of the walls that are holding up the roof are removed, or more than 50% of a building is added to, that the all-electric requirement would be triggered. And I just want to give some context. This is for all the building, all electric. This would not be a partial conversion to electric. This is a whole building conversion to electric. In our estimation and looking at the potential effects of the ordinance and the pending projects that are in the pipeline, just over 1,800 residences and over 400,000 square feet of non-residential have the potential, should they proceed to building permit and construction, to be all electric under the ordinance. What does it mean in terms of requirements? It's rather straightforward in the text of the ordinance. A building is all electric by definition, all electric design, and that means no gas is included in it. There are a couple other provisions to prevent, first, a loophole by having a permitted all-electric building being prohibited from future conversion to mixed fuel, and additionally to stay above board on housing legislation at the state level to clarify that these are objective planning standards to be applied for housing as well, to be consistent with the state's housing goals. Now that we've covered what the ordinance would apply to, I'm going to run through a list of exceptions that the ordinance would not apply to. These are very limited and narrow in their scope. They are first limited to additions, alterations that are not substantial, and that means pursuant to the applicability section I mentioned, that's under 50%. If under 50% of the building walls, the exterior, or the area of the building is added to or altered, then the all-electric requirement would not apply. Secondly, to prevent some potential confusion, just keep clear in our communication. Many of us may have barbecues or outdoor portable heaters that are propane fueled. And just to be clear that the ordinance has no effect on those, in particular because they are not regulated by Title 24. Thirdly, essential facilities are public buildings that are for providing emergency response or those types of services to the public, such as your emergency operations center, a police station, a fire station. The code provides for an exception for those facilities. Should they proceed forward with the use of gas, they would need to be electric ready, which would mean they would have conduits installed for later conversion. Additionally, they would be provided the ability to have backup power, which is from a natural gas source. Those are very limited in number, and looking at the overall building stock and the potential for those new buildings to be constructed, we felt that providing that limited exception was necessary at this point in time. However, it would not preclude the city from, on a building by building basis, to select them to be all electric. And finally, the final category of exception is vested rights. We have, since our Planning Commission meeting, crafted some revised language here. And in summary, it's intended to address, which is already provided for under state law, for rights which are vested. And principally in Petaluma, when we looked at a couple of housing developments which are underway and the construction that has commenced to date, some of those have within the streets, put the gas in the street, but not yet pulled a building permit for each and every lot. And for those instances, we are crafting a provision here that would provide for those subdivisions to proceed with their vested right to have a natural gas component. Now, comparing this list of exceptions to other jurisdictions which have an all-electric ordinance, what's proposed by staff is very narrow and limited. The purpose of that is to maximize the ability to prevent an increase in emissions under the ordinance. Other jurisdictions have taken a different approach, which is to allow many different types of elements such as stoves, dryers, spas, pools to be provided with gas, whether it's in a home or a business. Certain uses have been allowed to have a blanket exception, which may be industrial, biomedical, hospitals, different categories, or even all commercial or even multifamily jurisdictions have chosen to provide for certain uses to be exempt. And also some have provided for land use entitlements which have been granted to have a sort of a grandfather clause there of not applying it to projects which are approved for planning purposes. Lastly, the final category of the ordinance I want to touch on is related to a waiver process. I've mentioned that all electric construction is cost effective, it's technically feasible. This provision in the code, however, is intended to accommodate unforeseen circumstances where the marketplace may not have caught up with the goal of the code, the law's requirement. And in that instance, should there be an element of a building design where the marketplace does not have an electric component that is designed and tested and proven, there's a process whereby a waiver may be requested. That would be overseen by the chief building official. There is a process of submitting evidence where the gas would be limited to only that part of the building that isn't feasible. That building, however, still be all electric in readiness in its design, and that money not be a basis for be granting a waiver. The intent here is to very closely keep the focus on code compliance as opposed to other values that a community may have. When comparing this waiver process, other jurisdictions have taken more expansive approaches of things that are more loosely defined, such as just a business-related reason, not very well described in terms of what that might constitute. But if your business would be harmed or some hardship, you could request a waiver not related to the code. If there were a public interest served, there are jurisdictions that have carved out a waiver process for that, as well as the hardship of economics in general. That has been a criteria for other jurisdictions in their approach. Again, in staff's view, we took the very limited and narrow approach in terms of maximizing the ability to reduce the emissions. So at the same time, we're talking about an all-electric code. There is a second component to the ordinance, which is amending Cal Green. Previously, in the last code cycle update, there was a all-electric incentive adopted by council. Given that a mandate is now proposed, we need to alter that code text so that we would have all new buildings be at a tier 1 level, except for energy, and that alterations and additions would be at the mandatory level under Cal Green, which covers a host of issues which are in part related to energy efficiency, but expands far beyond that. So now that I've summarized the ordinance, I wanted to touch on the final element of the staff report, and that was, well, what do we do next? And I wanted to start to ground that conversation in a graphic here that we've revisited this 2018 emission summary. 26% of the existing buildings use natural gas and emit those emissions. This ordinance will not reduce that amount except in the very limited circumstances of substantial alterations or additions. When buildings are modified over time, as they are, how do we further reduce those emissions? In looking at residences, the chart on the right, that pie chart shows what types of appliances are using natural gas and where is an opportunity to get at reduction of those emissions. Space heating, water heating, clothes washings those are the large consumers with an opportunity to provide for reductions. And looking at pathways to reduce those emissions, in the staff report, we outlined 3 basic approaches: education, incentives, and more regulation. In looking at the educational component and the incentive component, first, I should say both commissions, Climate Action and Planning, were supportive of all of these approaches. In staff's review of how do we prioritize and how do we move forward and have an open conversation, our recommendation is to focus on incentives and education first and foremost. In part, regulation is changing. Title 24, the next building code cycle, is being drafted presently. Staff is recommending that we be aware and observe how the state code process is carried out. In July of next year, just over a year, there will be a new Title 24 that is going to be aware and provided to the public and local governments. And then after that is provided, staff will evaluate that in the December of 2022, as that code is presented for your consideration. We will keep in mind the opportunity for further amendments to provide for further reductions in emissions. I think with that, I'll conclude. If adopted, the second reading for the ordinance would occur on May 17, and the ordinance would be effective June 17. As required by state law, this ordinance would be filed with the Building Standards Commission, after which point the ordinance would be fully effective. I think with that, Mayor, I'll conclude, and I wanted to say a note of appreciation and thanks for all the folks that helped me lead this effort and get it to you this evening. I was supported by numerous cities such as Oakland, Santa Cruz, Sunnyvale, as well as some private sector consultants to gather the information, do the research, and present a informed recommendation for you this evening. And also, of course, I wanted to thank our city staff. This has been a collaborative effort, true collaborative effort with our city attorney's office, our building division staff, and of course, Heather Hines in planning. With that, I'll hand it back to you and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And all the work that went into this was very obvious in the quality of the staff report. So thank you to everybody. Do we have any questions or comments from the city council members? I'm not seeing any hands go up, so that's actually another good sign that it was a complete staff report. So with that, I will go to public comment, and I will ask our city clerk if she has received any public comment on this item.
Madam Mayor, yes, we received 5 public comments, which have been posted with the agenda packet.
Thank you very much. And so now I will ask our moderator, Patrick Carter, to please open public comment if there's anybody in attendance who would like to speak on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom. There are a few hands up already, so I'm going to share my screen for the 3-minute timer. First speaker is Ted Tiffany, followed by Tom Cabot. Ted, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
I appreciate it. Thank you for all of your hard work on this. Ted Tiffany, I'm with Goodman and Blauwett Consulting Engineers. I've been working on decarbonization efforts for quite a while. Kevin, thank you so much for your presentation. A lot of great information there. And a couple of things I just want to highlight on that is the gas risk of fire and earthquakes are not limited to just those fire events. City of Windsor had a shutdown event during that fire that cut off the natural gas for almost 10 days to some customers that couldn't be restored from PG&E until the fire was out, and they could restore that going house to house, allowing pilot to pilot. And that is a bigger risk in that outage that I want to highlight. The climate change impacts that we need to focus on. You know, we've got a federal government that's come in, and I spent, last week talking with Biden administration folks on decarbonization tasks. They're on it, but guess what? This is still up to the local jurisdictions to lead the effort. So I don't want you to take the pressure off the gas pedal here, pun intended. Couple things though, you guys are leading the efforts here. And don't let that fear of change or lawsuits that have happened in Windsor and Santa Rosa deter you from what you're doing. The cost effectiveness studies that you're relying on still don't include the cost of carbon or the first cost of connection to those services. So everything you have to justify cost effectiveness doesn't have those impacts included yet, and that will only improve the cost effectiveness for every customer that is electrifying. The last point I want to make, and I'll concede the rest of my time, is don't dilute or make exceptions for small gas usage. PG&E has already stated publicly in every one of these REACH code applications that they do not want small exceptions to allow a full gas connection to continue. For gas appliances, for cooking, for fireplaces, pool heating, any little element brings the full gas infrastructure into the building. And that is a cost they're going to bear for the infrastructure and only repays a very small commodity charge to PG&E to recover those infrastructure charges. The Rule 15 and 16 applications that we pay as ratepayers to deliver that infrastructure will still be borne upon the remaining ratepayers, and that will impact the low-income customers. So I appreciate all of your efforts. Thank you so much for what you're doing. Keep the pedal to the metal.
Thank you, Ted. Next speaker is Tom Cabot, followed by Bruce Nagel. Tom, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
All right. Well, thank you, Mayor Barrett and council members. It's great to see the progress being made in Petaluma. I'm also a mechanical engineer and environmental quality commissioner from down in Menlo Park, where we developed and adopted one of the first of this type of REACH code, the type that simplifies the code to simply eliminate the problem installation of gas devices. But being the first mover on that type of code, we were doing that more than, or about 2 years ago. And we had to make a couple of compromises because we were unsure of the turf we were treading out onto. So we made a couple of exceptions, and that has turned out to be problematic. Because what we're finding now through efforts to look at what it will take to meet the IPCC guidelines to radically reduce carbon emissions in time to preserve a viable climate is that we have to go back and retrofit buildings. And so every exception made to the REACH code in some little attempt to save a little bit of money now adds a cost typically 6 to 10 times higher down the road to do the retrofit. So I'm advising, please be careful of that compromise trap that, is human nature. And as a 30-year public employee myself, we tend to fall into. So I recommend being bold, and I like the approach you're taking to limiting the infrastructure installations to peak infrastructure now and starting the decline of that infrastructure and winding it down so we can preserve the climate. You're on a great path. I was just today reviewing a study by the Carnegie Institute that showed that if we run all of the existing equipment we have, fossil fuel equipment, to the end of its useful life, we will exceed the 1.5 degrees temperature rise in the Paris Accord. Just running the equipment to the end of its life. It tells me we have to be retiring some equipment early worldwide in order to stay on track for that safer climate. So please do not let anything new be installed. I like the bold steps you're taking in various fronts to prevent that. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you for those comments, Tom. Next speaker is Bruce Nagel, followed by Chris JRN. Bruce, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, I want to thank you again for the opportunity to speak. I think you guys have done a really very interesting job in regards to some of the things that you've tackled, and I appreciate you doing that. One of the things that I always should mention is that this isn't just for us, it's really for our children. We do this because we are at the risk of handing our successors a planet that isn't inhabitable. So whatever you're doing, continue to look at it in that respect. Your bold moves are very helpful in that respect. One of the things that, to further emphasize what Tom just talked about, one of the things that's being worked on is what I'll call replace on failure, which says is that when an appliance fails, it is replaced by one that is purely electric. And this is really especially good now, given the fact that we now have 110 volt heat pump water heaters that are coming on the market. And so previously it was difficult to do that because you'd have to rewire the home to put an electric one in place of a gas one. Well, this will eliminate that problem. And it's something that you need to look at. You talk about mandates better in there. And I think that you can do incentives, but the interesting thing is, and I'll quote from Palo Alto, when they started to work on coming up with a plan that the utility would deliver all renewable energy from the Palo Alto utility, they had a 25% acceptance fee. When they decided to mandate it, they only had 5% fall off of it. So the experience that we've seen from the adoption of the CCAs indicates that mandates are better than incentives. You can start out with them, but you know you're going to have to go to mandates, and I appreciate that you looked at that. And one of the last thing I guess that I would say, besides the fact that you've highlighted the health, and one of the more important statistics is a 42% increase in asthma in those homes that have gas stoves of young children. But the whole stoves question becomes a bit of an issue. Not that it's bad, but that we've seen some resistance to the induction cooking, and the degree to which you can start to educate your people that indeed this is a better way to cook will eliminate some of the resistance that you probably will see. And again, you guys have done a bang-up job. As people have indicated, keep your pedal to the metal. A lot of good stuff going on here, and keep up the good work, and work with other people, you know, as we consolidate to make sure that things get to the finish line. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak, and thanks to your town and the members of staff for doing the good work for putting this together.
Thank you for those comments, Bruce. Next speaker is Chris JRN, followed by Ann Edmister. Chris, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, Council. It's Christopher Neugebauer here again. I'm here to talk about the unique opportunity that the all-electric code, with some amendments, could give the city to ensure that more housing in Petaluma is ready for level 2 EV charging. As I mentioned in my general public comment, for drivers who need to travel more than 12 miles per day, the most cost-effective way to fuel an EV, and the way that is most responsible to our overburdened electric infrastructure, is by using level 2 charging at home with smart chargers that take advantage of Sonoma Clean Power's EV charging rate structure. This allows for energy to be recovered overnight at a time when there's minimal load on our grid, and without needing to visit expensive public fast charging stations. Now, most level 2 chargers can be powered off a standard 50 amp 240 volt circuit, which in the context of newly wiring a house is not a particularly expensive addition. Until an actual charging station is installed by the resident, the infrastructure only needs to take the form of an extra unused power socket somewhere on the premises. In the context of an existing build, however, installing an extra 50 amp circuit can often involve panel upgrades, or even installing a higher capacity of electrical feed from the street. In retrofit situations like this, installing a level 2 EV charger can be extremely expensive, unless costs are defrayed by installing other large appliances at the same time, which is something the proposed ordinance could provide for. Adopting an all-electric code is an opportunity for the city to ensure that all new builds are EV ready, by requiring a 50 amp 240 volt socket to be installed near designated parking spaces, while reducing the overall cost of installing EV infrastructure throughout the city. Where the city requires retrofits of existing structures to install new electric large appliances and a panel upgrade is required, the city should also require that the necessary wiring is installed to allow for a level 2 EV charger to be installed at a later date. Increasing the number of at-home level 2 chargers means that the city does not need to fund at significant cost to the city or businesses and install many new DC fast chargers in order to compensate for subpar home charging infrastructure. The council has a unique opportunity to act to make buildings in this city EV ready in a way that is meaningful to drivers at low cost right now, and it should act.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Chris. Next speaker is Ann Edminster. Ann, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you, Patrick, and greetings, council members. I don't know if it's, I'm overstepping my purview as a climate action commissioner, but I wanted to thank and congratulate staff for doing such a really fantastic job to craft what I see as an exemplary ordinance. I will just add that besides the 20-some effect of CO2 that methane has in a 100-year time frame, it is 80 plus more times more potent than CO2 on a 20-year time frame. And as we all know, we have less than 20 years to act on climate. So this is a really critical issue. Secondly, I want to really ask council if they might consider eliminating the exception for essential facilities, because essential facilities can be provided with backup power via solar and batteries, which is, I think, really important for the city to do to demonstrate its leadership position here, which is certainly amply borne out by other actions the city has taken and is taking, but would like to just ask for this one additional measure. And thank you all so much for what you've been doing. That's all for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Next speaker is Panama Bartholomew. Panama, you can unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Great. Thank you, Patrick. And thank you, City Council and staff, for the opportunity to speak tonight. There isn't many opportunities that you have to vote on climate actions that can immediately save money for future residents and for the city. And this ordinance is one of them. This is one of the most cost-effective things you can do on your long list of climate actions. This is borne out from reports from the Rocky Mountain Institute, Sierra Club, our state's investor-owned utilities, Sonoma Clean Power, even the California Building Industry Association, the Home Builders Trade Association did a report that showed building all electric can save money. So this is really a wonderful thing to adopt. And even the people that sell us natural gas, Pacific Gas and Electric, are some of the largest supporters of this. And when someone is selling you a product, is begging you to help them stop selling you a product, you should probably listen to them about trying to find more ways for them to sell you the product they don't want to. I just wanted to highlight that if the City Council takes the action of adopting this ordinance tonight, it's really going to be a historic evening. The action tonight, in addition to the gas station ban, means that we've reached peak fossil fuel infrastructure here in Petaluma, and we will become the first city in the United States, perhaps the world, to put a hold on all new fossil fuel infrastructure development within their jurisdiction. Truly living up to our rhetoric around climate leadership. And climate leadership does not happen by accident. It happens through the excellent vision of elected officials and through the excellent work of city staff. And I got to say that we have some of the best staff who have produced one of the best ordinances in the entire state, if not country. This is I call it this is a REACH Code 2.0, because it really builds off of all of the other REACH codes that have been done across the state, puts in place all the legal guards that we need, and it's a really wonderful, exemplary code that Petaluma should be very much proud of. And so I want to congratulate Kevin, Heather, City Attorney's Office, and everybody else that worked on this. And in particular, thank the city manager for her leadership. The climate leadership that's happened under her charge just in her short time with the city has been very impressive, and I look forward to much more of it. And lastly, the whole city council has been very supportive of bringing this breach code forward, but in particular, I wanted to thank Councilmember King. Throughout this entire conversation, Councilmember King has been a real champion on an all-electric reach code, continually asking for it to come forward in the strongest way possible. And I want to thank Councilmember King for his leadership on this and other energy issues. So thank you very much, and congratulations on a historic night where I'm proud to be a Petaluman.
Thank you, Panama. And that is the last hand we have raised, Madam Mayor, so I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Patrick. And with that, we'll close public comment on this item and bring it back to the council. And I will, before I call on anyone, I will say that it makes me very happy to see that the public recognizes how much work went into this, the quality of work that went into this, and you know, is supportive of all that work. So thank you to our community as well. So with that, I'm going to call on Councilmember Fisher and Councilmember King, and then Vice Mayor Barnacle.
So I agree, this is an historic night, and it's my third time listening to this presentation. I'm glad to see how it's evolved. Again, proud to be a Petaluman, and I would actually like to go ahead and make the motion to adopt this code, and then take steps to even go further with the REACH code, as we talked about in our goal setting session.
Thank you. And so I will then go to Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I will second Councilmember Fisher's motion, as was noted by the last speaker. I actually placed this on our goals, or tried to place this on our goals in April of 2019. And that's when I presented this. And as reflected by the complexity of the staff report and the presentation and the detail in it, you can see how these things take the time to develop, and to develop in the right way. There's a couple of people I'd like to thank, two of whom I met with in January of 2019, who talked to me about this, two citizens of ours, Andy Ferguson and Pete Gang. I met with them, and that's how I placed this after the pounds of research they provided to me, and after talking to my colleagues and staff up at Sonoma Clean Power, why I have pushed this so hard for 2 years. It is cheaper to build this way. I think every developer that's come forward has indicated that. And now we don't have to negotiate that if we do pass this tonight. And I think that's an important step. One of the things asked for steps forward, one of the most difficult aspects of this is how to deal with existing building. It is very costly for individual homeowners, and the cost for landlords will be pushed back onto tenants. So I would say one next step that we can do is use our power to lobby our elected officials in Sacramento and Washington for incentives to folks, not just in Petaluma, but throughout the country, so that they can change out their water heaters and their stoves if they choose to. I think the economic assistance that's needed has to come from that level. Clearly the city is not going to be able to provide much. There are some programs through Sonoma Clean Power, and I urge people to look at those. So that would be my suggestion. And I've seconded this, and I appreciate the work from staff, the Climate Commission, the Planning Commission, and all of those who got us to this place. And I'm very happy for this to go forward.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Barnacle, followed by Councilmember Posake.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too am excited to be a Petaluman tonight. I have a few comments on this. In general, I trust people that work in the field, and the people who work in this field to put their big stamp of approval on it. So I will too. Couple of thoughts here. One, we have a couple of exemptions for projects that are in the pipeline. and we have a 2030 goal, and they're not currently permitted. And I guess I'm a little bit of a bean counter, but I just see, 50 homes that are not currently hooked up to the natural gas system and not permitted for it. And that's an opportunity to have 50 stranded assets. And just sort of in the same vein as PG&E's trying to shut this thing down, I'm just wondering if we can, what we can do to not exempt those projects in the pipeline. And then I share the desire to make essential facilities not automatically exempted. And I'd like to, I guess I don't understand so much of why they're being exempted from the ordinance. But those are my other two things. And then the final thing is on the health front. I've mentioned this a lot, but I'd really like to see our next wave. We talked about education and incentives, and I'd really like to see us look at what we can do on the health and safety front and on the indoor air quality front, and how we can use the health and safety code to potentially, sort of surgically target tenant facilities. I'm a renter, and I'm going to just keep saying the story, but the last 5 places I've lived in have had gas stoves and non-functional fan hoods, including the one I live in now. And it's more widespread than we know. And I just think that there's something we could do about it. And so I'd like to see the next wave of regulations look at what we can do on that front, and specifically targeting equity. So I guess there's one question in there is, can we not let the Quarry Heights project hook up and the Riverfront project hook up buildings? And what might be the risk of doing that is really my question.
Okay, thank you. I think our city attorney and then our planning director would like to give their input. So let's go to our city attorney first on that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it may be best to hear from Heather Hines first, and then I can follow up to help address.
I just saw your hand go up first, but
if it's okay.
Ms.
No, that's kind of you.
I will kick this off. Some of our discussions, and there has been a lot of discussion on this. So I will say that we've had multiple meetings, and well, what about this? And what if we looked at it through this? And so I just want to kind of emphasize that this is not something that has not had considerable staff discussion and thought. With Quarry Heights and Tri-Point, those are the 2 projects that are in process. Not every building permit is pulled, but both of those projects have expended hard costs. They have permits for the infrastructure improvement, and they have, some of them have installed the gas lines, and others have dug the trenches and gotten the permits and gotten the PG&E approval and designed everything to it. So it's coming under what's called vesting AVCO rights, and Erica can probably get into the specific of it more, but it's basically, once there are hard costs on the ground, so it's not the entitlement, it's the hard costs of doing work in the field on the ground based on the permits that have been issued, which is where we get ourselves into kind of a restricted ability to come back to those projects and say, no, you can't build what you have spent money in the field installing or trenching based on the permits you have. So Eric, do you want to add to that?
I do. Thank you, Heather. So, and it don't need to take a long time. So Heather's right. We had some very extensive discussions and also did some very, very in-depth analysis. And I want to thank Dylan Brady and the city attorney's office for his extensive work on that. And what we've provided in the vesting rights exception is really in the nature of a savings clause. And the attorneys on the council know what that is. And that is an exception to some part of the applicability of a regulation that otherwise could have validity or applicability or takings problems without those exceptions. And what we've done with what's presented in the package tonight is the minimum legally necessary, I believe, savings type provision to address vested rights in the different forms that they may exist, so that we don't have those problems in the ordinance. Staff are still able to work with applicants and developers to try to maximize their decarbonization in their projects. But the last thing we wanted to have, especially looking at some of the challenges that existed in other jurisdictions and the importance of this effort going forward without the distractions of challenges, was to have, you know, baked in potential validity problems. So I feel confident that this this exception maximizes our ability to insist on compliance with the requirements of the ordinance, and will accommodate those rare and pretty short-lived circumstances where we may have to recognize some degree of vesting on the part of a project. So if there are further questions, I'll be happy to address them, but thank you.
So just so I can clarify, because I want to get the answer, just make sure that I'm putting it to bed. Is it like a sure, like, I guess on a scale of 1 to 10, how likely would we be sued for not letting them hook up? Because that's my thing. I just look at it as it's like, I want to, wherever I can, think about 2030 as our goal. And we already, like, we might as well start planning for the retrofits, right? If we're going to hit 2030. So that's my only thing. And I'm fine moving forward with it if that's our thing. I don't want to expose us to legal risk. But I also just, this is just, I feel like it, let's take every chance we can to prune, not create stranded assets.
I feel like I've answered that question to the extent I can. It's that kind of calculus is not one I'm used to doing without very specific council direction to do it in a public forum. But I chose my words very carefully, and there really was some very careful thought that it went into having something that would be clear to members of the public and developers, and clear to staff and unambiguous, maximize our implementation of the objectives and the requirements of the ordinance. And if there's direction of a council majority to have a deeper discussion, we can, but I think I've given some pretty specific.
I don't think that's necessary, Eric. Thank you.
Sure.
Again, I think this is stellar work, and I really want to make sure that that's front and center, that I'm really proud of the work that staff's done. And I know there's been a lot of conversations. Just asking.
Not meaning to be defensive at all. I just want to be clear about what our intent was. Thank you.
Thank you both. And I'll go to Councilmember Posake, followed by Councilmember McDonald. And then.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, well, let's just say that I'd be willing to go along with most of the amendments offered if they could be done, but I'm ecstatic about the ordinance as it is, and I particularly the short list the staff has put together of exceptions and or exemptions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. I too agree this is a banner day for Petaluma. There's just been so much work on this over such a period of time. I do appreciate the Climate Commission and their work, and they're bringing this to the front. But they were probably activists before that. They were already influencing city policy. Credit to the Planning Commission commissioners as well as planning staff and council who were pushing this item. I mean, before I got on council, I know I got approached by Pete Gang early on, and Barth Panama, and Amy Ryder, and Bill Wolpert. And at every planning commission meeting from when I first got on the planning commission, there was push to make all the developments all electric. And one I remember in particular, I think Sid Common agreed to do that, but they still had the spa being driven by gas. And this will give us another chance to correct that issue as they have not yet pulled permits. And then I would like staff to answer the flood pumps, if I recall right, are all in our critical facilities and allowed gas backup? That would be one question. Staff answer for that one.
Okay, go ahead, Kevin.
I'm like looking who's on here. Jason. Thank goodness for the team.
Yeah.
And yeah.
So yeah, we do have emergency backups for our storm pumps.
But they would be permitted under this for future, right? Our flood pumps would have that kind of backup.
Well,
yes.
Yes,
Natural
I
gas?
think they would because they're not part of a new building.
Okay, just a clarification there. The planning things. I think we got Ellis Avenue to go all electric and others. And I am interested in what Chris, our public speaker, said, that we should be major remodels become EV ready by changing a panel out, which is a question I raised during the electric code issue. So if we can work that into this second reading, that would be great. Other than that, again, it's a banner day for Petaluma.
And I think that comment would be something that we would look at with any kind of future updates. If we try to add something in at second reading, we're going to have to, I believe Eric's hand is probably saying we would have to then come back for a reintroduction and start that over again because it would be new. But some of the stuff that we heard tonight will be stuff that we'll be looking at in terms of getting things ready for EV, talking about, and one of the things we talked about with the Climate Action Commission was, when your water heater breaks, what you're most interested in is getting hot water. And so, you're going to do whatever's quickest and cheapest to get hot water and not wanting to pause to think about kind of a major rethink of how your house is running or your unit is running or how your tenant's unit is running. You're going to call up a plumber and say, the hot water heater broke, can you come replace it? So trying to think about those as ways to, between education and outreach and looking at potential code modifications as our next way to start ensuring that replacements are all electric in the future. So I don't know exactly how we're going to do that yet, but that's what we'll work on next.
Okay, thank you. And I think we have a motion by Fisher and a second by King. So unless someone else has any comment, we will have a roll call vote.
Barrett?
Yes.
Barnacle?
Yes.
Fisher?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
McDonald?
McDonald, you're on mute.
Yes.
Kosike?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. We're going, before I introduce the next item, and thank you, staff. Yes, thank you, everybody. So before we're move on to item 4C, I just want to say that at the end of 4C, we're going to have a 5-minute break. So with that, I'm going to introduce item 4C, the introduction, first reading of an ordinance protecting hospitality worker job security by establishing a right of retention applicable to hotels with 50 or more guest rooms. And I'd like to call on Council Member King.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to need to recuse in this item as I did for the right of recall for the same reasons. I have a client who is likely to be affected, so I am going to recuse. I will wait to be called back. Thank you.
Okay, well, we have the break at the end, so just keep an eye out for that.
I'll take as much time as you need me to take, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I will ask our city attorney to make a presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Given the hour, I'm going to try to be expeditious in my introduction to this item, but Council, please feel free to ask me if you have questions. So this is to present for Council consideration an ordinance that would establish a right of retention that would apply to hotels with 50 or more guest rooms in the city. You noticed already that this is not presented as an urgency ordinance as the action the Council took regarding the right of recall was. That's because we view it as less time sensitive or less urgent from the standpoint of time. However, we still have lots of the same discussion in the staff report and in the recitals in the ordinance relating the need for this action or the basis for this action to the COVID pandemic because of its impacts in particular on the hospitality industry. In the staff report, we've cited just some of the same statistics regarding a loss in 2020 of more than 670,000 hotel industry jobs, of a loss of 4 out of 10 hospitality jobs nationally. Some experts estimating that the industry won't recover until 2023 and travel won't recover until 2024. So there's some very significant impacts on that sector of the economy. To address those, the North Bay Labor Council has proposed Sonoma County jurisdictions adopt a right of retention, such as is presented for your consideration tonight, as they have recommended and you have acted upon a right of recall. The right of retention is it applies in case the ownership of a hotel changes. And I'll just touch very briefly on how that would apply in this case, but it would apply for a continuity of employment for a 90-day period. In terms of the council's authority for this action, it derives from the same locus as the authority that the council exercised in the right of recall. I've cited the case law that provides that states and local governments do have the ability to regulate concerning terms of conditions of employment that could be otherwise addressed in employment agreements between the private parties, and that is an aspect of our police power. So what's in your package tonight for possible adoption would provide a retention right for non-managerial, non-supervisory, non-confidential employees who are employed on a full-time basis or on a part-time basis if their work schedule regularly consists of 8 or more hours per week. And that would be employment at Petaluma hotels with 50 or more guest rooms. We've included a table that lists them, but it's a little confusing because it lists some other hotels that wouldn't be affected. So the total number is 7, including the Best Western, Motel 6, American's Best Value, Inn and Suites, Quality Inn, Sheraton, Hotel Petaluma, the Hampton Inn, and soon, when it opens, also the Courtyard Marriott Hotel. Under the proposed ordinance, the covered employers must generally retain and not substantially change the working conditions or schedules or locations of employees during the 90-day period that follows a change of the hotel control. And those are my brief introductory remarks. If there's any questions of the council, I'll be happy to address them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see that Councilmember Healy has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Eric, you and I spoke over the phone today, and then there was a follow-up email. Could you talk a little bit more about the post 90-day provision, which is proposed section 8.60.030F on page 9 of the staff report, and tell people what that really means, because I think there's some confusion.
I'd be happy to, Councilmember Healy, thank you. So paragraph F of section 030 of the ordinance, as we've suggested it be codified in our code, would provide that at the end of the 90-day transition period, when employers would be generally required, with actually an exception in D, which we can talk about if there are questions, but they'd be generally required to retain their employees without changing their work schedules, locations, or terms and conditions of employment. When that concludes that period, if the employee's performance is satisfactory, based on a written performance evaluation given to each employee at the conclusion of that period, then the language reads as follows. The successor hotel employer shall offer the hotel employee continued employment under the terms and conditions established by the successor hotel employer. So what's important about that is what it means is that at the end of the 90-day period, an evaluation is given to the employee. If their performance is satisfactory, then they shall be retained on the terms and conditions that their employer establishes, which terms and conditions could be anything from continue under the collective bargaining agreement that applies in that workplace, continue as an at-will employee, continue for a term, continue on a specified schedule, etc. So it's not, what happens then is retention on the terms agreed to by those parties as offered by the employer and accepted by the employee. They don't need to be accepted by the employee. They can't be forced to continue on terms to which they object. And applicable law applies. So if there's a collective bargaining agreement in that workplace, then that will be applied and the labor code requirements will apply. But the effect of this ordinance would really stop after that evaluation and after whatever offer employment is provided by that employer, and it'll be up to the employee whether they accept that or not, and their own bargaining powers to what conclusion they reach. So I hope that answered that question. If there are further ones, I'll be happy to.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any more hands raised by the council, I will go to public comment, and I will ask our city clerk if she has received any public comment on this item.
Madam Mayor, we received 3 public comments, which are posted with the agenda packet.
Thank you very much. And then I will ask our moderator to see if there's anyone in attendance who would like to speak on as we open the public comment on this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can already see the hands raised, so I'm going to share my screen for the timer. And other members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you will be called on in turn. We have Chip Atkin first, followed by Ty Hudson. So Chip, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. The pandemic recession has been hard both on businesses and workers alike. I've been around long enough to know that in hard times, sometimes businesses bail out. They either sell the whole business or they change contracts for operators. And then sometimes what comes in is new owners or operators that don't have the loyalties to the businesses that the previous people did. I think that's in the hospitality industry. It's customer service and people that the experienced workers that know how to know the operations of that particular facility and know how to provide customer services is important for the businesses to survive in our local economy. So I support this measure. I think I think it's important. So I hope you pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chip. Next speaker is Ty Hudson, followed by Marty Bennett. Ty, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Barrett and members of the City Council. This is Ty Hudson with Unite Here, Local 2850. We represent hotel workers in the North Bay and the East Bay. As you know, and as we discussed two weeks ago, the COVID pandemic has really devastated the hospitality industry and created mass unemployment among hotel workers. With vaccination well underway, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. And because of your approval of the right to recall ordinance 2 weeks ago, hotel workers in Petaluma do have an assurance that as business improves, they will have the opportunity to return to their jobs. So thank you so much for that. However, as has been mentioned by the previous commenter, hotel workers are not entirely out of the woods. Even for those who are returning to work, the danger of mass unemployment still looms because the pandemic has created turmoil in the hotel industry that is likely to lead to a wave of ownership changes. And when hotels are sold, long-term workers are often at risk of losing their jobs, even if everything about the hotel remains the same, other than the corporate entity that owns and operates it. So this means that the workers, who are mostly women and people of color, can be at mercy of trends in the hotel real estate market that are entirely outside of their control. And a simple real estate transfer can create a huge disruption in dozens or hundreds of families' lives. Fortunately, there is a simple solution that's been enacted in cities throughout California and which you're considering today. There's a few cities that have had worker retention ordinances on the books for years and have been preventing the mass unemployment events that way very successfully for some time. And then in the pandemic, for the same reason that you're considering it, many of the cities, most of the cities that have adopted right to recall ordinances have also adopted these worker retention ordinances, including LA, Long Beach, San Diego, Glendale, Pasadena, and Santa Clara. And Oakland already had one on the books. So this is a simple solution that has worked well to prevent mass job loss in these cities, and just requires a 90-day continuity of employment for a new owner or operator. Thank you for considering the ordinance. You can provide a lot of assurances for hotel workers in Petaluma that that the jobs they spent years in, they'll be able to stay in for more years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ty. Next speaker is Marty Bennett, followed by Zaira. Marty, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you. United Here strongly supports the right of retention ordinance that will complement the right of recall ordinance passed 2 weeks ago. Unlike many other industries, the hotel industry was devastated by the current recession. According to the New York Times, consumer spending for hotels remains 19% lower today than pre-pandemic levels. At its peak, unemployment in the entire leisure and hospitality sector was nearly 40%. 90% of our members were laid off after COVID in the North Bay. Based on previous recessions, such as that immediately after 9/11, the current economic upheaval in the hospitality industry could lead to a high turnover of hotel ownership. Hospitality and tourism are certainly cornerstones of our local economy. There is no better way to promote a rapid recovery of these industries than to hire back laid off workers. Large hotel employees of large hotels who are retained and then recalled are more productive than new hires. Veteran workers can provide a higher quality of services because they are experienced and don't need to be retrained. They often know the needs and taste of customers, and they have demonstrated their loyalty to the company. 9 California cities and 1 county have approved right of recall and retention. We believe the post-implementation experience for workers in these cities demonstrates that the legislation will help to mitigate the impacts of the economic crisis on hotel workers and their families. The Santa Rosa City Council Economic Development Subcommittee discussed the ordinance and has recommended that the entire Santa Rosa City Council consider the ordinance likely in early June. Finally, according to the National Task Force on Racism and Equity, right of recall and retention directly addresses the economic, racial, and gender disparities embedded within our labor market, our housing, and our public health infrastructure. Most employees of large hotels are immigrants, female, workers of color, who disproportionately are likely to contract COVID-19. Moreover, according to the task force, right of recall and retention will reduce worker stress levels and impairment of worker health associated with decreased immunity levels. I urge you to support this right of retention ordinance and move forward tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Next speaker is Zaira, followed by Maddie Hirschfield. Zaira, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you, Patrick. So the worker retention ordinance will complete the job that the City Council started by passing the right to recall ordinance. This is a great example of what equity entails when we put it into action. Making sure that the recovery of the hospitality industry also means recovery for Petaluma's hotel workers. This also means that mostly people of color can be at the mercy of trends in the hotel real estate market that are entirely out of their control. A simple real estate transfer can create a huge disruption in dozens or hundreds of families' lives. So again, if we can with the City Council, with looking at it with an intersectional lens as well, because hotel workers, as Marty had mentioned, not only are they going to be feeling safe and secure, at least they have a policy that they can trust and a process that they can slowly start to trust as well. Because again, hotel workers can also experience racism. Hotel workers can also experience sexual harassment. So this is a great step in hoping that the city also supports this as well. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your comments, Zaira. Next speaker is Maddie Hirschfield, followed by Connor Devane. Maddie, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Good evening. I'm going to be very brief and just, this is Maddie Hirschfield with the North Bay Labor Council. And just first, thank you for passing the right of recall at your last meeting. That was a huge step for so many workers. I'm just going to say that I support everything I've heard up until now, and thank you for passing that. And I look forward to you passing the right of retention. This makes a huge difference in the lives of so many workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie. Next speaker is Connor Devane, followed by Diane Kenny. Connor, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you to the members of the council. Yeah, similarly, I don't think I have anything I can add beyond what these previous comments have said. Oh, also, my name is Connor Devane. I'm with the Sunrise Movement. So I'll just leave it at my enthusiastic support for the ordinance and gratitude for its consideration. Thanks.
Thanks, Connor. Next speaker is Diane Kenny, followed by Maxwell Alper. Diane, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hello, my name is Diane Kenny, and I would like to thank the panel for giving me a chance to speak. I work at the Sheraton Hotel in Petaluma, and I also want to be able to have that extra security in the event that the hotel is purchased by a new owner. You guys did just pass that right to recall, and I really appreciate that that was done, because now I do have a chance to be called back when my department starts back up. I've been at the hotel for 16 and a half years, and I want to say many of my coworkers have been there quite some time too. So all of us want to keep our jobs, and this would give us that extra security, as they're talking about that the hotel could likely be bought by someone else, and that would just give us an extra after what we've already been through this past year with COVID. It's been pretty difficult. So I hope that you will pass that for us. And I want to thank you for your time. And that's it.
Thank you, Diane. Appreciate your comments. Next speaker is Max Bell Alper, followed by Noah. Max, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Max Bell Alper. I'm the Executive Director of North Bay Jobs with Justice. We're a coalition of 26 different labor and community organizations in the North Bay. First, as other folks have mentioned, I just want to say thank you and want to acknowledge your leadership in making sure to pass the right to recall a few weeks ago. That's a huge step forward for workers in Sonoma County, and you know your leadership then has an influence in the whole county, and you should be proud of that, and we appreciate it. The one thing I would want to share is having spent some time in Silicon Valley, we worked with the city of Santa Clara there that passed a similar ordinance on retention, and I got to connect with workers there who worked in places where their place of employment had sold right after this ordinance passed. And it was just such a huge relief for people to not have to go through a major life change. Because even with this ordinance, when your employer changes, it's a major change in one's life. But the fact that they had this sense of security for themselves and their family made a world of difference. And so I know that we're going to have that same experience here in Petaluma, and there are going to be people whose lives are benefited that none of us actually know right now. And that's a really beautiful thing. And we should be really proud of that there will be families who will be in a more secure place because what you are able to do tonight. So thanks again for all your efforts, and just speaking for the hundreds and hundreds of hotel workers, including non-union hotel workers in Petaluma. We really appreciate your efforts and look forward to passing this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Max. Next speaker is Noah, followed by Paulina Lopez. Noah, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Can you hear me?
I can.
All right. My name is Noah, and I am an organizer with the Sonoma County Tenants Union, and I am calling on this council to pass the strongest and most comprehensive worker retention and worker protection policies. These workers are predominantly people of color, and especially women of color, a demographic at the intersection of gendered and racialized oppression exacerbated by this pandemic. Unless the council employs translation in these meetings, many of the impacted workers who don't speak English will be excluded from commenting by default. I'm going to give some time to think about that. The wealth lining tourism and hospitality coffers comes from these workers, comes from exploited labor. And without a retention ordinance, the exploitation could become a malicious revolving door. This is not suitable for a healthy community. You are obligated as elected officials to do right by the most marginalized people who live in your town. And let this be the first of many policies codifying a commitment to the workers who hold up the industries this county exalts. Because it's duplicitous to exalt it with one hand while watching workers suffer with the other eyes. Retention is necessary. I'll say it again. Retention is necessary. And with that, I yield my time.
Thank you, Noah. Next speaker is Paulina Lopez, followed by Jack Buckhorn. Paulina, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening. My name is Paulina. I am an organizer with the Sunrise Movement Sonoma County. I am calling in support of this ordinance. The current pandemic is still impacting the hospitality industry and has created mass unemployment rates among hotel workers. The pandemic has created a lot of issues within the hotel industry, causing many hotels to switch ownership, which is a big concern for these workers. Not only will this ordinance bring job security to hotel workers, but this will also bring relief to their families. Hotel workers, who are mostly women, don't speak English, and are people of color, are the most vulnerable to lose their jobs, and this ordinance is a simple solution to prevent major job loss in the community. This ordinance will help hotel workers to adjust recovery from the pandemic, and I just want to say thank you to all the council members for their great leadership. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Paulina. Next speaker is Jack Buckhorn. Jack, you may unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor Barrett, council members, and city staff. My name is Jack Buckhorn. I'm the executive director of the North Bay Labor Council. And I'm here to urge your approval of the retention ordinance. I view this as a good medicine for these workers, just like we've all been affected by this pandemic, and hopefully you've been lucky enough to get your 2 shots of the vaccine, which gives us hope at the end of the tunnel. Your worker recall was the first shot for these workers, and by passing this ordinance tonight, that will be the second shot. It's good medicine. It'll help these workers. They've been through hell the last year. They really have experienced dramatic unemployment. So give them hope. Please pass this ordinance, and you'll really be lifting the spirits of these folks who have already been described as they're in a very tough situation. So just let them know that you see them and that you care for them by passing this ordinance tonight. So thank you for your time, and I yield back.
Thank you, Jack. Madam Mayor, that's the last hand we have raised, so I'm going to stop sharing and turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. And I will call on Councilmember Healy and then Councilmember Posake.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd be happy to move the item.
Thank you. And Councilmember Posake?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this is going to make Petaluma healthier, and it's going to make it a more equitable city, and I'll second the motion.
Thank you very much. And I'm not seeing anybody else's hand up. So I will ask our city clerk if she would like to take a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1. King is recused.
Thank you very much. And thanks to everybody who worked on bringing both these items to the city. And we appreciate the effort and hope for the best for everybody's future employment. So now we are going to move to a 5-minute recess, and it is 10:18, so we will be back at 10:23. Thank you.
glare in my glasses. Okay, I think we are at 10:23, so hopefully everyone is back. I'm seeing most of us. I wonder about Councilmember King. Oh, there you are. Good. Oh, good timing.
Yeah, a lot of people do, Mayor. Don't worry about it.
I just didn't see you. Sorry about that. Okay, so are we all here? I think so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. Okay, and city attorney's here? Okay, there you are. Okay, fine. All right, so now we are on to item 4D, resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with Petaluma People Service Center for a CAHOOTS model crisis response and intervention service program. So, and this will be, Officer Miller will be taking the lead on this.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, and the community members that are still with us tonight. Thank you for the opportunity to present this item. I'd like to start by recognizing that there was significant analysis that led to the information included in the staff report, and that many different staff members from multiple city departments contributed to bringing this item forward today. It's important to note as well that historically city staff and the police department have collectively explored, invested in, and deployed a variety of programs tailored to assist and address the unique needs of our most vulnerable community members. Earlier this year in March, we presented to council one such program, the CAHOOTS model. And since that time, we've been working with Crisis Consulting to evaluate the potential for a similar program here in town. The police and fire department annually respond to more than 5,300 calls for service involving community members in crisis related to mental health, substance abuse, and our unsheltered population. Combined, these represent roughly 10% of all calls for service that the police and fire departments respond to annually, and the majority of which could be diverted to a mobile crisis intervention response program. Whether resulting from an acute crisis or long-term chronic mental health or substance abuse condition, often causing people to be unhoused, these challenging incidents invariably lead to either no police or fire action being taken. Prolonged process that often impacts first responders in our local hospital emergency rooms. Operationally for us, these types of calls for service are repetitive and generally require 2 police officers, a full firefighter engine company, advanced life support paramedic units to be protracted for extensive periods of time, and often result in peaceful resolutions, a transport or placement options for the individuals involved. While the vast majority of these interactions have positive outcomes, staff recognizes that there's individuals and entities that are better trained, suited, and equipped to navigate and deliver services related to mental health, substance abuse, unsheltered, and housing services available to individuals in need. The research and work engaged by staff and crisis consulting has identified the development of a new mobile crisis intervention response model, which should lead to greatly enhanced outcomes while simultaneously increasing public safety resources and capacity for both the police and fire departments. We clearly recognize the need to reimagine traditional policing models, and the staff has identified a mobile crisis response model program that would address whole person care in our community. This proposed one-year pilot program will deploy more appropriate and cost-effective civilian crisis and paraclinician resources to respond to situations historically handled by police and fire. This pilot program is intended to serve our community initially 12 hours a day, with the goal of quickly expanding to 24-hour coverage. Staff has been working with our regional partners to discuss and evaluate potential future opportunities to expand and collaborate in other jurisdictions, potentially beyond the city of Petaluma. After extensive research and evaluation of community-based organizations in the region able to provide a mobile crisis response program, Crisis Consulting determined Petaluma People Service Center as being the best suited service provider to manage a mobile crisis intervention response model in our city. Crisis Consulting referenced Petaluma People Services Center's strong community reputation and history of developing innovative programs, which provide services to almost every demographic throughout our community, as being their primary factor for the recommendation. Secondarily, Crisis Consulting identified the work Petaluma People Services Center currently already does with mental health services and the fact that they already employ mental health professionals as part of their counseling services model. Based on this staff research and the research conducted by Crisis Consulting, staff is respectfully recommending City Council authorize the city manager to execute a professional service agreement with Petaluma People Service Center to provide a mobile crisis response intervention service one-year pilot program in Petaluma. That's going to conclude my presentation, but I'm available for questions along with our consultant, Ben Clymer of Crisis Consulting, and Elise Hempful of Petaluma People Services Center.
Thank you very much. And right now, I do not see any hands up among the council members. So I will go to public comment and ask our city clerk if she's received any public comment on this item.
Mayor Barrett, we've received 5 public comments, which are posted with the agenda packet.
Thank you very much. And now we will open public comment, and I will ask Patrick, our moderator, who I'm not seeing right now. Oh, there you are.
I'm here.
Sorry. To go to attendees to see if there's anybody in the public who would like to speak at this time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you will be called on in turn. We only have 12 people left in the audience at this time, and I don't see any of their hands up. So I will turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. With that, I will close public comment, and I will just say that I think this is a really good sign that we have been doing a lot of outreach, and so people feel that they know what we're doing. So Councilmember Posake, followed by Councilmember Fisher.
I'm sorry, I think Delinda had her hand up before. Okay, well now I'd like to move the item and move that we pass this post haste.
Councilmember Fisher.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and second, and I just want to thank all of the people that coordinated all this. It's amazing how quickly this has actually come together, and I'm incredibly impressed and grateful for you all.
Okay, Councilmember Healy, you've taken your hand down. Okay, and then it was Councilmember, whoa, everybody's taking their hand down. Oh no, Councilmember McDonald still has his up.
All right, thanks. I mean, I thoroughly support this too. I'm late to the party with my questions, alas. So briefly, I wanted to know, will the CAHOOTS program integrate with the HMIS systems and the by names list programs? Could someone speak real briefly to that?
I can speak to it if Ben wants me to. The way that we envision it working is the CAHOOTS team will do patrolling and actually touch and reach out and have conversations with those who are unsheltered. But then they will refer them over to the COTS outreach team, who then will hopefully enroll them in the HMIS system. We have a seamless process that we already have in place with COTS on individuals who are unhoused. And so we're going to continue to use that model to make sure that they're not getting duplicate entered, but then also connected into the system so that they can get access to the services that they need and deserve.
Thank you. That's great. I think the bigger solution to homelessness is engaging people in programs and paths to housing. And so being integrated in that data system is key to success on that side. Thank you.
And to your point, Council Member, I think it's really important to know that this model will give us, the team that's out doing the intervention and the crisis counseling, an opportunity to make direct services into already existing programs that are already there. So our hope is that they won't fall into homelessness. They won't fall into needing to be 5150. We can get to them when they first have a crisis and get them the services that they need through PPSC's counseling services or through our other community-based partners that are also doing the great work in our community.
Thank you. The county is very, very proud of their IMDT teams and the efforts that those programs have made. Is there any piece of what we're building today that they have that we would be needing to fill at a later time? You know, they have such access to mental health, but we have programs. Is there any gap to that program, to what we're building?
Deputy Chief Miller can talk to this too, but I think we want to eliminate all the gaps. We want to get as far upstream as we possibly can so that when a parent initially calls, that young person gets the counseling that they need or access to other programming, so that they don't have to access all of the additional behavioral health and mental health services. But the CAHOOTS team can make the transfers, and we're working, we meet every week to work on how we would make those transfers to individuals who needed to go to crisis intervention, but especially those who want to go voluntarily. And you know, Ben has taught us a lot about voluntary and involuntary access to mental health and getting them to be with a trusted friend or a trusted individual who is part of this team that's been doing the outreach and having conversations with them. They will more likely voluntarily take themselves or get themselves or allow us to take them to the additional services they need. Again, saving resources not only for fire and police, but for hospital stay and even community-based resources. If we can keep somebody in their family home and not kicked out, then the shelter's not impacted. So it's a whole upstream model that we're really excited. And yes, of course, we're going to take advantage of any additional services and programming that the county has available. And you know, PPSC is very good at leveraging all of those resources.
This is a fabulous step forward. Thanks.
I really just want to jump in really quick and say that we have been in conversation, or at least I have been, with IMDT, and making sure that this team is designed specifically to, you know, respond to acute and kind of immediate risk needs, and then be able to integrate with IMDT to provide more ongoing long-term care, and making sure that they're getting those resources to the folks who are experiencing homelessness that are eligible for that as well.
Thank you for that additional comment. Does that answer your question, Council Member McDonald? Okay, fine. Vice Mayor Barnacle?
Thank you. I think there was at least one, but maybe a couple of comments talked about reporting and sort of a regular reporting style or schedule back. I would just encourage to have
quarterly or biannual reports out to the council to just keep us informed, and keep reaching out to other cities and sharing our experiences with them too. Because this is another great example of us being leaders on this. I'm excited about it. Good work, everybody.
Okay, thank you. So now we have no more hands up, and we have a motion by Kosake and a second by Fisher. So we will have a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Kosake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
And once more, thank you, staff. There's been a lot of really good reports on this agenda tonight, and we understand, I mean, they're on such a disparate number of items. So thanks again for all the work that's gone into this from everybody. Now we're moving on to item 4E, another meaty item. Resolution authorizing the city manager to implement the city's water shortage contingency plan, stage 1, within the area served by the City of Petaluma public water system. And Kent Carruthers will be leading this discussion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Kent Carruthers with Public Works and Utilities. California is experiencing 2 consecutive years of dry weather. As a result, our reservoirs and groundwater levels are significantly below average. On April 21st, Governor Newsom declared a regional drought emergency in Sonoma and Mendocino counties. And on April 27th, the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors adopted a resolution proclaiming a local emergency to drought conditions in Sonoma County. At this morning's meeting, the Water Advisory Committee urged Sonoma Water's contractors and water users, including Petaluma, to reduce water by 20%. With this resolution before you tonight, is recommended that the City Council implement stage 1 of the water shortage contingency plan with a citywide voluntary water conservation target of 20% based on the average use from the years 2018 to 2020. This would support today's Water Advisory Committee's request for all water users to reduce water by 20% and will help protect our regional and local water supplies as we head into summer drought conditions. Stage 1 is a voluntary stage that requests this citywide water use reduction of 20%. The reduction target is for a city as a whole and not applied to individual water customers. So during droughts, previous droughts, the city and our regional partners have historically targeted outreach programs to all water customers while addressing specific irrigation users and obvious water waste, and then accounts with high water use. So we recognize that many of our water customers are already water wise, and for this reason, the city will not apply targeted reductions to individual water customers. So Chelsea Thompson and I will be returning on May 17th to have a workshop on the urban water management plan and also discuss options for the updated stages that are required for the water shortage contingency plan. And then with June's adoption of the water shortage contingency plan, we anticipate to return again with a mandatory conservation requirement with the new stage of the water shortage contingency plan. And this will all be based on the state's final requirement for the mandatory reduction in the amount of water from the Russian River and impacting our allocations of water that we receive from the water agency. So basically the benefits of the staff recommendation is that we have a more aggressive voluntary reduction. That's what's called out for from the 2015 water shortage contingency plan. We're going from 15 to 20%. And this is seen as appropriate due to the extreme low low water reservoirs that we have right now, and the projections that the water agency has for the reservoirs. And then also implementing a voluntary measure allows water customers to modify their behaviors and ramp up water reduction measures in time for anticipated mandatory reductions that we have. So I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And I see a hand up from Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. The first one is, what are we doing as a city agency to reduce our water? Are we doing anything in sort of the immediate term that we can point to?
We'll be reducing irrigation demand, especially from parks, landscape assessment districts, frontages, areas where irrigation is going to be our biggest goal. And then we're also ramping up our local supplies with our wells.
Okay. And I'm hearing a lot from our community about those people who feel as though they can't take any more reduced measures. And I'm wondering, is there a way to get this message out that it's really a citywide program and not for individuals? Because there's a lot of individuals that are just freaking out right now.
So we'll continue with the messaging and with our urban water management plan outreach and helping educate people of how we plan to meet these reductions, either voluntary or mandatory. That it's a whole approach, not just every customer base.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy, followed by Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I guess I'm skeptical that the stage one action, the suite of stage one actions will give us a 15% reduction. I think it's probably been a few years since that's been dusted off. We have more demand hardening now as more people have incorporated conservation into their routines. And I'm wondering why we should be waiting to implement at least some of the stage two actions. And as Kent indicated, the WAC did pass a resolution calling for voluntary 20% reductions, but then we also took action to sign off on mandatory 20% reduction from July 1 to October 31 of each contractor's take of Russian River water. And so we know that's coming. And I guess one question is, how much of that 20% do you think we can make up with our well system? Let's start there.
So roughly 7% from our well production. And then we were anticipating with the adoption of the urban water management plan that we would have the mandatory requirements and the decided stage of what's developed from the workshop on May 7th.
Thank you. What do you anticipate the mandatory steps will be when that comes back?
Well, I'm anticipating like restricted water use, definitely certain days for irrigation, and outside, washing off sidewalks, and measures, water conservation measures similar to that.
Okay, and when do you expect to come back to us with that?
In June, probably the beginning of June, or the adoption.
I would hope you can do it at the beginning of June. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember King.
Yeah, I just had a follow-up on the Councilmember Healy's comments. And having looked at these reports over the years, the amount of reduction in water use in city residents in the city since 2013 has been very significant. And that's true in other jurisdictions around the county where snow and water is, the provider. And when you come back in June, I don't really need an answer tonight, but I would like to see some options on how we're going to meet this and how we're going to do whatever limited enforcement we can do. And I recognize things like every other day watering restrictions is a start, but not everybody gets the memo right away, and right away is going to be a few weeks later. So this is more of a question to be parked for later, but I would like, when you come back, some feedback on that, because the problem is going to be getting the word out on what specifically can be done, because as has been noted, people are people who have cut back quite a bit, who have done mulch madness, taken out their lawns, done some things like that, are looking at, concerns about, am I going to be able to take a shower, et cetera. So I think we all will need some information there.
So
thank you.
That'll be May 17th with the water shortage contingency plan workshop.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy.
I would move approval of the resolution.
Thank you. And do we have a second?
I'll second. I would second.
Okay, Councilmember McDonald is seconding that. And let me ask our city, did we already do public comment? I didn't think so. So let's ask the city clerk if she received any public comment on this item.
Madam Mayor, we received one public comment, which is posted with the agenda packet.
Thank you. And I will ask our city moderator to see if there's anybody in attendance who would like to speak in public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you will be called on in turn. I do not see any hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment, bring it back to the council, and I see the Vice Mayor's hands up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I follow up on Councilmember Healy's comments. I'd like to understand sort of how we hit 15%, like what suite of package of scenarios would actually get us to 15%, and if there's things that we can be doing as council members to, we've all got email lists and things like that we've built over the years where we can be messaging people, or send a picture of someone, like a 5-gallon bucket next to my shower or something like that to just try and make the point. But I don't know what the answer is, but there's still a lot of green lawns out there at commercial parks and residential yards that I feel like somehow we need to get the message to. But I guess I'm just skeptical that 15, just asking is going to get us 15% too. So we shall see.
Yeah, I can, maybe I'll invite Chelsea to speak, but I mean, we have done these in the past, and this isn't the first time we've had the voluntary measures, and the community does respond, and I do acknowledge there's a lot has been done over the past years. But Chelsea can speak to her outreach that she does and has been doing, and some of those measures, if you wouldn't mind, Chelsea.
Yeah, as Kent mentioned, we will have more information on the new, the updated water shortage contingency plan stages at the May 17th workshop. And there will be, stage 1 doesn't have very many. It's mostly relying on public outreach, which we estimate can get us probably about 15 to 20%. We started doing dry weather messaging in January, and we've seen a pretty significant reduction in water use over the last couple of months. So public outreach is a huge way for us to meet these reductions, at least the initial 15 to 20%. To get some of the more, when we get up to higher percent reductions, when we're in like 30%, then we need to do, we need to look more at our landscaping. Landscaping is, 30% of our water use or more. So yeah, we have outreach. We have door hangers that we're getting made right now that they're going to be English and Spanish, that have all of the stage 1 requirements that we have for the 2015 water shortage contingency plan that we'll be implementing tonight. we will be sending out letters to the highest water users for each customer sector. So the highest water users of single family, multifamily, commercial, industrial users. We're developing a website right now that's just drought information, and it'll be continuously updated. So it'll have information on, there's an FAQ and information on the drought stage as it is right now. And then we'll update that as we go into more severe shortage conditions over the summer, and we go into stage 2 or stage 3. We'll just be continuously updating that. That has information on if you see water waste, where to send your water waste, calls, information like that. We can definitely work with council members to, if you have a great email list or ways that you want to get outreach out there. Once we start developing more our outreach material over the summer months, then we can definitely pass that on and share it with you. We're also coordinating with Sonoma Marin Saving Water Partnership. This morning at the WAC meeting, the WAC committed to supporting an outreach campaign that's a regional campaign that's the drought is on, or drought is here, save water now. So we'll be doing that. It's a coordinated outreach throughout Sonoma and Marin.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Jason, did you have anything more to add to that?
No, I wish, actually I did one thing. We do have the draft urban water management plan and the water shortage contingency plan posted on the city's website. And in there, chapter 8 of has a lot of these answers a lot of these questions you asked about the new stages and what measures demand reduction actions are taken with this new contingency plan, and what kind of reduction we can expect from each of those. But we'll be providing more information on May 17th about all that.
Okay, well, thank you. We know this is hard, and we know this is just the beginning. But this is where we have to be, and I just think that Petaluma will be up to it. So, it's just a tough place to be. So, thank you very much for the report, and we will now take the so, City Clerk.
I'm going to unmute myself, sorry. Barrett?
Yes.
Barnacle?
Yes.
Fisher?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Posake?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And with that, we are going to go on to public hearings. And at this point, I would like to ask the council for someone to make a motion to go beyond 11 o'clock, because I do not believe we're going to get this item finished. Councilmember Fisher.
Yeah, I'll make that motion to go past 11 p.m. this evening.
Thank you. Councilmember Posake.
I'll second that.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second to go beyond 11 o'clock. Can we have a roll call vote?
Barrett?
Yes.
Barnacle?
Yes.
Fisher?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
King?
Yes. Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Posake?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. So we're on to item 5A, and this is a public hearing. So this is a resolution ordering abatement of nuisances consisting of weeds growing upon public and private property in the city of Petaluma, and ordering the fire department to abate said weeds by contract if property owners fail to do so. And we will have our fire marshal, Jessica Power, discuss this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And last but not least, I promise to be as quick as possible. Good evening. And again, on March 1st, 2021, the City Council approved resolution number 21, and I'm sorry, I wrote down the wrong number, which declared the weeds growing upon parcels of public and private property are a public nuisance requiring abatement. A public hearing was subsequently set for tonight to hear any objections to said declaration. On April 22nd, 2021, a letter was sent to all affected property owners, alerting them of their right to attend this public hearing. This is a part of the government code requirements that requires the city council to provide a venue for property owners to voice their objections regarding the city's weed abatement program and how the properties are abated. This public hearing and subsequent resolution, meets the intent of the law, which allows the fire department and its contractor to enter private property and force abatement of weed-related fire hazards if properties fail to abate. Property owners are highly encouraged to handle their own weed abatement, and abatement by the city only takes place after non-compliance with the stated abatement deadline of May 31st, 2021. Inspections for abatement by the city will begin June 1st, 2021, depending on, unless weather conditions change, which they are not anticipated to do. Thank you. Any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. And I don't see any hands up for questions. Oh, okay. Councilmember McDonald.
May I just ask that the Cedar Grove properties are inspected? Part of that is private, but part of that is also city storm drain easements. And I'd appreciate it with the homeless and the fires that were started there last year. Got quite a bit of feedback that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your concern, and we'll move that up on the priorities.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a public hearing, and we're going to open the public hearing. But first, I'll ask the city clerk if she's gotten any public comment on this item.
Mayor Barrett, we've received 3 public comments, which are posted with the agenda packet.
Thank you. And so now I will ask our moderator, Mr. Carter, to please see if there's anybody in attendance who would like to speak to this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you will be called on in turn. I don't see any hands being raised, Madam Mayor, so back to you.
Thank you. And with that, we will close the public comment on this public hearing. And
Madam, can I just say one thing about the public comment? The 3 comments that I saw were addressing the use of any sort of chemical. And I just want to remind the council that for the forced abatement, this is weeds that have already grown and are dead and dying. So we're cutting or using other methods, not using any chemicals.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so now we start a process that is a little odd, but it will get us through this item. And I'm going to ask Councilmember Posake to leave the meeting by muting himself and by turning off his video so we can take the first vote on parcels that are within the restricted area from your house. So thank you. There he goes. So I need a motion, and I will read the parcel numbers are located at 23, 27, 39, 55, and 59 Windsor Lane, Windsor Drive, and Windsor Lane, Windsor Drive, Hayes Lane water tanks, and 109 Windsor Drive. Okay, I see Councilmember McDonald and King.
I'd like to move the item.
Councilmember King.
Second.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will have a roll call vote.
Barrett? Barnacle?
Yes.
Fisher?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1, Posake recused.
Thank you. And with that, Councilmember Posake can return to the meeting, and Councilmember Healy will leave the meeting. Excuse me. in the same manner, and then we will go forward. And I'd like a motion for parcel located at 256 Petaluma Boulevard North.
So moved.
Thank you. By King, motion by King, and second by McDonald, and we'll have a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Hosake.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1, Healy recused.
Thank you. And now I will join Mr. Healy in being recused for another item, and I will ask the Vice Mayor to run the meeting from this point.
Happily, Mayor Barrett. All right. So I don't think we need to do public comment. We've already done public comment, right? Okay. Looking at the agenda. So the parcel is 348 Petaluma Boulevard North. Do I have a motion for this?
So
moved.
Second.
All right. We've got a couple of moves in a second. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Hosake.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2 with Barrett and Healy recused.
All right.
And now they should be rejoining. Healy should be rejoining the meeting. There he is.
All right. And now the parcel with Councilmember Healy back and the mayor recused will be 368 Petaluma Boulevard North. Can I have a motion for this?
Motion, McDonald.
All right. And a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Postake. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Hosake.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1 with Barrett recused.
Okay, thank you very much. Job well done. And now we will move on to the final parcels. And so we will need a motion for the remaining parcels.
So moved.
And the second from?
Second.
Second from Fisher. Motion by McDonald, second by Fisher, and we'll have a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Hosake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And with that, we are done with the business of the meeting. And again, I don't think we can thank our staff enough for all the work that was done for this meeting. So thank you very much. And thanks to the public and thanks to my fellow council members. So good evening, and we'll see you next week.
Yes. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Council. Thank you. Thanks all.